Good evening, West Orange, and welcome to the Township Council meeting for September 8th, 2025. We are live here in council chambers at 66 Main Street. For those in the Zoom audience, as always, there will be no public comment on Zoom. However, if you join us in council chambers here, there will be public comment. At this time, I'd like to turn the floor over to Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Welcome, West Orange. We're going to be doing things a little bit differently tonight, but what we're not going to change is our deferral to Madam Clerk at this point in the meeting.
Okay, thank you. This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The notice for this meeting was emailed to the Star Ledger and the West Orange Chronicle on January 7th, 2025, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on January 16th, 2025. Councilwoman Castellino?
Present.
Councilwoman Rudin? Here. Councilwoman Scarpa?
Present.
Council President Krokoviac?
Present.
Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The council is now in their public meeting.
So for tonight's meeting, we canceled the traditional conference agenda and we started the meeting a half hour early. We have on our agenda an executive session. For those of you who don't know what an executive session is, it's an exception to the State Open Public Meetings Act that allows for non-public meeting of the governing body members with whatever advice they would like to get. And this evening it will be from Mr. Burke, who's our council meeting attorney over there on to my left. But we're going to do that now, start that at now, and then be back. We're aiming to be back here by 7 to start public comment for those of you who are hoping to speak at public comment. So at this point, welcome, Mr. Sparrow. Welcome, Mayor. At this point, we need to move through some of the typical agenda, and we need to get to the executive session resolution for a vote. It's item 208, resolution 208-25, resolution authorizing 2 executive sessions for the purpose of discussing the following. A is a personnel matter specifically to seek legal advice to help determine an employee's compensation, and B, contract negotiations, specifically Green Essex Partners Urban Renewal LLC, parentheses, Stonehill at West Orange, close parentheses, for the transfer of, it says here, financial agreement, but I think it's total ownership. Anyway, we will be back to clarify that because the point B here is actually on our agenda for consideration tonight. So I, at this point, will entertain a motion to consider 208-25.
Motion. Second.
Okay.
Is there any further discussion? Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac?
Yes.
The motion carries.
So we are presently going to depart and we will get back here just as soon as possible. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah.
Once again, West Orange, and welcome to the Township Council meeting for September 8th, 2025. As you know, council was in executive session. They have returned to council chambers and the meeting will resume at this point. I'd like to turn the floor over to Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Sorry about the delay. I was certainly aiming for 7 o'clock, the traditional start of public comment. As long as we've blown that out of the water, I would like to very quickly deal with a couple of requests.
Excuse me, Council President, you just have to make a motion to re-enter into the public adjourn the executive session and re-enter.
As Council President, I mean, Madam Clerk says, we need a motion to come back into into public session.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Okay, where was I? So we're going to try to take care of a couple of issues that we can take care of really quickly and then get to public comment. At this time, I will entertain a motion to go into our ABC board format and deal with a couple of ABC matters.
Make a motion to go into ABC.
Second.
Any discussion?
No.
Madam Clerk?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Williams? This is probably a silly question, but asking, are you representing both of the applicants
No.
on tonight? Oh, there is somebody you haven't got
I don't think-
as a client.
You will.
We don't know what happened, but somehow, but I'm here tonight on behalf, well, first of all, Robert C. Williams, appearing on behalf of Orange Hospitality. I have with me the two principals, Darius Kadita and Eric Buzinski over here.
Wonderful. Welcome. And could you just sort of step over to the side so that everybody can keep, yes, thank you.
We are the purchasers of the liquor license, essentially the business which operates the Marriott Residence Inn. Our sister corporation already owns the real estate and the hotel itself. And tonight we're just transferring the liquor license from the Inn at the Manor, Inc., which has operated there since day one. It's a person-to-person transfer. There'll be no changes in the operation, other than the fact that every 10 years Marriott makes you upgrade your furniture and make cosmetic repairs to the premises. So there will be some nice little changes inside, but outside of that, we will continue as a Marriott. And we hope to be very successful, and I'm sure they will be in West Orange. And I would ask you to approve the person-to-person transfer. The gentlemen are here. If you had any questions, but it's really a very simple thing. Everything will stay the same. The name stays the same. The only thing is we'll have two new people operating the liquor portion of the premises.
Sounds good. And is this 783?
784.
784. Thanks for clarifying. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Are there any questions from the dais?
Just a comment. Just congratulations and welcome to the township, and we look forward to your success. So thank you for your investment in our community.
Any
Thank
other
you.
questions?
And thank you for accommodating us. We
Any other
appreciate
questions?
that immensely.
Yes, I think that you had a bad start with us, unfortunately, because of the trees. And I hope that you will really understand how important our canopy is to us. And I saw, this has nothing to do with your license, but since you're here, you know, a lot of what you have planted is very monoculture. And I
It's a
hope,
separate entity. though.
Yeah, that's not them.
This is
That's not them.
this isn't,
No,
This
that's
is
not
the-
the man.
these aren't the owners?
This is the owner of the Marriott Residence Inn.
Oh, the Marriott,
Okay.
okay. It's
Yeah.
not
They also
for-
have an interest in the manor, but that's a separate
I thought it
entity.
was for the manor.
No,
This is not for the manor tonight.
Okay, I'm sorry. Welcome.
Thank you.
I take all that back.
welcome. Don't take down any trees.
And we are open, so you can come up there if you have guests. The hotel's open.
Beautiful facility.
Thank you.
Welcome to West
See
Orange.
that?
Is there any other comments or questions?
No,
No, thank you.
thank you for waiting.
very much and good luck.
Is there a motion to approve 784-25?
Make a motion.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
The motion carries.
So again, thank you.
Bravo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night and good luck.
Nice evening.
Night.
Is there anyone here representing any of the parties to ABC Resolution 783-25?
No.
Yes, not you guys. Yes. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you, Joe.
Because as long as we're here in ABC session,
Yes, let's
Yeah,
get
let's
it.
get it definitely.
we should consider that.
So this transfer is from Donato Reilly, who bought this license through an auction, which was interesting. It was the first time I ever had to deal with that originally. And he has kept the license in a pocket status ever since, which means that he never had a location to use the license.
Good.
And now he's selling it to Doherty Ramen of West Orange LLC, who are also planning on keeping it in a pocket status, but only temporarily. As long as this, basically the state allows, they're only allowed to keep it in pocket status for so long. They are currently actively looking for a location. But for now, it's just going to be remaining in pocket status.
Okay.
And they have met all the requirements, the investigation through the police department of their background and finances, their tax clearance. They're good to go.
Any other comments or questions?
Just quick.
Yes.
So for any reason, so they have how long, a year to find a
It
location?
depends on when the license was originally placed in pocket status. So I believe they have until the license term of 2026 to 2027. And then they can have one more year after that, as long as they are currently actively looking, like making an effort to find a location. If they're just sitting on it, then the town doesn't have to renew the license. But if we know that they're actively looking, then we would,
And you'll track that.
oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I speak with the attorneys.
Okay.
So.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Kukovia?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. I will now entertain a motion to leave our ABC session and enter back into our public meeting.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Any discussion?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Great, we are back. Now, ordinarily, I would consider our town engineer, Ms. Carvalho, but I don't see her.
Oh, dear.
Sitting in the office. I can bring her in if you like.
But you can, but we have to pull while she's coming.
Go through the consent agenda?
Consent.
Okay. So do you want me to go through the entire consent?
Yes, please.
Okay. Approval of minutes of previous meeting, executive session, July 22nd, 2025, public meeting minutes, August 12th, 2025, and special meeting minutes, August 20th and August 22nd of 2025.
Consent.
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 Thank you. Report of township officers, none. Reading of petitions and communications and bids. Contract for snow plowing, salting, removal, and snow hauling with 2 one-year options is the first bid. Second bid is Morris Road, Sussex Road, and Hunterton Road Roadway Improvements Project 2024 MA 00006 NJ DOT Municipal Aid Funded. Consent.
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 Bill list. Are there any questions on the bills?
Yes.
Okay.
Questions and discussion. So, but I think, can I just pull them right now and then we'll hold that for later? Okay. So I'd like to pull Mr. Trank's bill.
Which one are
You
you?
got the number?
All of them. I'd like to pull the D'Onofrio bill. I'm sorry, I only have the invoice. I'll give you the numbers later.
Are there more than one?
Well, actually, it was in just discussion about the cost for the dog park. I would just like to discuss that. We got a note from Ms. Reynolds in regard to her questions about the costs for the dog park.
So if I could interrupt you, Councilwoman Rudin, the last, I think, one or two meetings, you actually provided this information to the administration
No.
ahead of time,
I'm so sorry.
which greatly speeded up the process. Is that not what you?
No, I didn't. I just have the invoices. I don't have the number. But I can do that for you if you give me a minute, but I'll give that to you after the meeting then, the invoice numbers. But really, most of this is just for discussion. Okay?
Okay. So you're not pulling or you are
I'm
pulling?
pulling for discussion.
No, it's either you're discussing or you're pulling, otherwise there's good.
Pulling.
Okay. So you are pulling.
I'm pulling.
Okay.
I'm pulling the two invoices for Dr. Kelly. And I'm pulling the invoice for H&I Workplace Furnishings. That's it.
Well, please, let's see how quickly we can get through these.
Oh, you want me to go through that
Okay.
right now?
Well, doesn't she have to leave?
Yeah, we're gonna.
I thought we
do
were,
Ms. Carvana.
I just pulled them and now we're gonna move on. How should we do this?
Well, if we're doing the consent agenda, we have to vote, so.
Yes,
mean-
vote to pull them.
Okay, so, all right. I just wanted to, the only reason I'm pulling them, most of these is to discuss. So Mr. Trank has billed us $14,518 this month. And I just wanted to bring that to the public's attention in case anybody was wondering whether or not Mr. Trank is still working for the township. He most certainly is. I'm not pulling it to not pay. I am pulling it only to make a statement. As far as the dog park, we were told that it takes 1 hour with 3 men to take care of the dog park. Now, the dog park has almost no trees and almost no grass. And I would just request that the administration look into why it takes 3 men, 1 hour, and to do this every single week. So we get billed $110 a month for this maintenance.
110 a month?
Yes.
Yeah, just a month, not a
3,
week.
well, that's what I think, but I would like to know exactly how much it is per month and why it takes 3 men, 1 hour, and why they're doing it once a week. So it looks nice.
So why it takes 3 men, I don't know. That's Mr. D'Onofrio. He runs his business. I couldn't tell you why he runs 3 men on there. Probably for ease and efficiency to get out of there. It's a large area. I believe it's over 3 acres wide. There's hills on the side of the dog park that have to cut grass. They have to go through and clean whatever they have to clean up. So I don't know. We don't tell somebody how to run their grounds crews. They put a bid in and they basically run it how they see fit. If it's $110 a month for 1 hour, for 4 hours with 3 people, that's quite
I'm not
frankly,
sure.
that's
I'd like to
One at a
make
time,
sure.
wait,
That's just quite nominal. So I mean, that's, that's $25 a visit, $22.50 a visit times 3 people. We're paying them $7 a person for 1 hour. So that based on your numbers.
Okay,
So-
so I would like to check on the price. And are you saying that the dog park and that parking lot is 3 acres?
It's approximately 3 acres,
big.
2.5, 3 acres, yeah.
Big.
There are 2 sections.
There's 2 sections plus the side of the hill. It
Yeah.
goes all the way up to Executive Drive. Plus the entire parking area of, I think it's 60 some odd parking spaces.
Okay,
It's quite large.
okay. All right. If you could check to see what the monthly costs are, I would appreciate that.
Surely.
For Dr. Kelly, I'm a little confused about what is covered by his $15,000 salary and what is not, because we have 2 different bills here. One I think was for a short bill and another is for 2,300 for additional tests and also for 3 recruits. I thought that his contract included covering physical exams for all of our employees.
It does cover physical exams, but it does not cover, there's a lot of different testing that has to go on. The police officers themselves and the firefighters have to get what's called the Bruce protocols, physical fitness exam, which costs a lot of money. That money's not included in the actual services provided. That's based on a need for each particular individual. Whenever we hire anybody who has a CDL, they have to go over, bless you. They have to go for a particular federal DOT regulation exam. Anytime one of our drivers gets into an accident that has a CDL, we have to perform different tests, whether it's through Dr. Kelly or if it's depending on his availability. If he's closed during office hours, we'll send him up to care station because we need to get that right away. So Dr. Kelly is the I lost the term. He's basically our medical provider. He's the one who provides the scripts for us purchasing things such as oxygen and other medicines that needed either for the health department or the fire department. He also performs those screenings based on what the cost is for that particular individual, excluding the exams. Because
Is-
exams are expensive depending on what the exam is.
Is he an audiologist?
I have no idea.
Okay, so there's a charge here which is not detailed that says formal hearing test with audiogram report by audiologist. So that's clearly not something that Dr. Kelly provides, but we are being billed
And
for
that may
that.
be an exam that is required that was outside whatever the scope is. I don't know. I can't answer that. question.
I understand. But what I'm seeing here are tests that could not possibly be done by Dr. Kelly. There's a cardiovascular laboratory test. There are imaging is Dr. Kelly doing imaging?
If he's doing it, if not, he's sending it out to a lab. I don't know. I can't answer that question for you right now.
Okay, well, it sounds like he is then he's getting paid back by somebody else for these very specific services.
I can't answer that question right now.
What is the contract with Dr. Kelly for
You
the?
have the contract. It was-
I understand, it's $15,000, but then he is also charging for additional services, and that's my concern. We do not have anything that says that he's permitted to be charging for other services.
I don't have it in front of me right now, the contract. We could, if you like, we could sit down and go over them.
Okay,
Yeah, I highly recommend that. A
Okay.
lot of this stuff, we do not have to be doing in the middle of a council meeting.
I understand, but I do ask questions and I don't always get the answer. So I just would like to understand what the
That's not true. You get the answer. Sometimes you don't think you don't want to hear.
Please,
So-
please move on.
I get the invoices, but I don't get the answer to the question, which is who authorized this and what is the purpose of it? So I'm asking the question now because you're here on HNI workplace furnishings for $1,700. What was that for?
I don't know. I don't have the invoice in front of me.
Okay,
It's definitely office furniture, I could tell you that. We've purchased bunch of different desks. I don't know. Could have been mine for all that matters. I got a brand new desk. You want to come see it? I'll show it to you when you come in my office.
no, I'm just concerned in a budgetary.
Chairs, we have conference room chairs. We're upgrading the conference room. We've upgraded chairs for in here because we need, so I don't know. Without seeing the invoice, if you can show me the invoice, I could probably pinpoint it for you.
Okay.
Can I see it, please?
Pass it down, just pass it down.
Yeah.
Again, this is one of these things that, if you reach out to me, I'd be able to assist you.
They're entitled to buy things. Like if it's in their budget, they're entitled to make purchases. You could ask a question, but the administration's entitled to use their budget.
620. It doesn't say specifically on there, but they're in code, but we could say it's mine.
Yeah.
It was around the time I
So
first
just for
went
the
to-
record, that's $1,700 on new office furniture.
Yeah.
And we can move on. I'm just bringing these to your attention for questions. Yes, please. Okay. Excuse me.
So we're not voting to withhold
No.
payment. Okay.
Okay, okay.
Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir. Okay, is there consent on the bill list?
Yes, consent.
Thank you. Resolutions, or any resolutions being pulled this evening?
Yes.
So Council President, earlier, I had mentioned that Resolution 209-25 is being pulled by Director Fonzino because the contract had a slight change in it, so we are waiting for the final contract, so it cannot be voted on tonight.
yes. Councilwoman Castellino, you had mentioned you wanted to
Yeah.
either pull a question.
I am going to be pulling 206.
Okay.
You want to pull that, not just question, correct?
No, I want that pulled.
Okay. Anything else?
No, the questions are for Ms. Carvalho, but I know she's here to speak on a few resolutions, so I don't know if you want them pulled for that.
Well, if we don't pull them, she can go home
That's right. So,
unless you have questions. But seriously,
No.
you do have questions on some of those three that the town engineers is looking to face off with tonight? Is that what you're saying?
maybe, yeah.
Maybe. Okay. Let's see.
Kind of know what 203 and 204 are for, but if she's talking about them, I could ask her a question.
Okay. Who else wants to pull and or question?
So Councilwoman Castellini, you've pulled 3. Is that correct?
I just pulled 206 and I guess I could pull 203 and 204.
Okay.
She's going to ask questions on them.
Are you pulling them to ask questions or you just have?
203 and 204 questions.
Okay, you don't need to pull it then.
Okay.
No,
The only time we pull is when you want to vote. You don't want to vote on consent. You want to vote either,
okay, I want to pull them then.
which ones are they now?
203 and 204
Okay.
and 172.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was that last one?
172.
Thank you. Councilwoman,
Yeah, I just want to pull 225,
What is it?
200-25.
There's 200.
Is that it?
That's it for me.
Okay. So, with the exception of 172, 200-25, 203-25, 204-25, and 206-25.
Did you say 206?
I just said that.
Okay.
Is there consent on the resolution?
consent?
Yes, consent.
Should we take Director Carvalho first?
Let's take Director Carvalho second. Well, because we already had ABC first.
207 is.
So please come up. Please, Ms. Carvalho.
That went through. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I think it's best to start with 202, which is a resolution authorizing a contract with,
Simple.
I know, but it's, I think,
Oh, you have questions, excuse me.
I don't have questions, but
Somebody
does anyone-
does.
no one has questions on 202. My mistake, I apologize.
No.
So we're 1/3 of the way down.
That's not consent. That was on.
Yeah, we
Yes.
consent.
Yes, but I thought there was question. That's what I had in my notes. So we can move on to resolution 203, which has been pulled.
By Councilwoman Rudin.
Yes. This is a resolution authorizing execution of professional services agreement with Matrix New World Engineering for environmental consulting services in the amount not to exceed $790,000 for the calendar year 2025. Councilwoman Rudin, I think you pulled this, so what are your questions,
Okay,
please?
to date, according to this resolution for 203, for Matrix New World, we have spent $388,275. And the request here is for a not to exceed of $790,000. That's almost double. We're in the last leg of this run. And I'm wondering what is the justification for that amount of money?
If you look at exhibit B, I'm sorry, C and D.
Mm-hmm.
So I give you basically how much money we have awarded as of today to Matrix New World with the resolution numbers for the fiscal year 2025. And if I'm not mistaken, that adds up to what, it's small.
388, that's.
$388,275.
Mm-hmm.
So when you look at exhibit D, there is an additional $7,717.50 that we have basically used so far for escrow. On that table on exhibit D, I also provide escrow accounts that we are awaiting for them to basically use the money based on the construction inspection that needs to be going on, as well as other projects. So I added up, if I'm not mistaken, in there also on exhibit C, if you look at the bottom, I provide you with a table that says total awarded plus not yet awarded amounts. I provide you with the total escrow amount expended and pending, which is basically coming from exhibit D. And then what I do, I add an additional 5% contract allowance, just in case it turns out to be a little more, just to give me a little wiggle room. And then the total amount, and then I basically round it up. That's how I come up with the numbers.
Okay. So we've been doing a lot of remediation.
Yes,
And also CME is also involved in some of these same projects.
no. So that you understand, Matrix New World is basically handling the fire station #1 headquarters, which is where you see the pending contract for approximately $200,000 more or less that needs to be awarded, which we haven't done yet. We don't have the money. But the reason why it's in there, and eventually we're gonna have to do it, is because we received a notice of violation from NJDEP. Okay? And CME is handling the site remediation work for fire station #4. So it's two different sites. We don't have an LSRP for both sites. And the only reason why we had sort of like an overlap with LSRPs was that 25 Lakeside Avenue, which is DPW, because we're transitioning from 2 LSRPs to 1 LSRP for the site.
And
Okay.
including 55 Lakeside. That's
Yeah,
the combination,
yes, that's a combination.
just to clarify.
But there's always different projects. They're never working on the same site. So fire station #4 is CME, fire station #1, Matrix, as of right now.
The environmental, I just want to go back to
Sure.
what you've already paid for, the environmental services that were done at Rock Spring.
Mhm.
Does that have to do with the contamination that was just brought to your attention?
Yes, that's actually the, in regards to the last council meeting resolution that it was approved
Right,
to do that.
okay.
They should be
And
doing that work sometime this month.
so they have been this has been allocated, but not actually paid. Okay,
But I put it
And-
in the list so that you.
because we
so
already discussed.
Everybody understands.
Yeah.
How much money have we awarded as of today to A, B, and C company for site remediation work? What is pending that we need to do, but we haven't awarded it yet because I don't have the money? And then how much we're with escrow accounts
Mhm.
for other projects.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Much
And
easier
you
to
don't
follow.
have the money because we have not passed the budget. Is that correct?
Yes,
Largely.
well,
Oh, the capital.
this is, we need capital.
Or it's capital budget,
Yeah,
okay.
Yes.
it's not an annual thing.
And do we have the money to do this?
Yeah.
That is not a question for me.
Right, and that's with all the work that we're doing in trying to cut the budget, do we have the money to do these things?
Well,
So,
Does this total
mhm.
also include escrow?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
If you notice in there where it says total awarded plus not yet awarded, that basically is what is on Exhibit C,
Mhm.
that page. Then the total escrow amount expended and pending, that will be Exhibit D alone. And then the additional 5 contract allowance is basically the sum of the total awarded plus not yet awarded plus total escrow amounts. And then I add a 5% on top of that, so I could be realistic about this and give you a number.
Okay, so last time on August 12th, when we discussed this, I had requested a contract that had separated out the projects that are being done for the municipality and the projects that are being done requested by the planning board and the zoning board. How are you reflecting that in there?
Well, everything that you see that it was done by resolution, if you look at Exhibit C, is
Yeah.
basically everything that is owned by the township. And everything that is escrow is basically
Yeah.
coming from the land use boards, which is Exhibit D.
she separated it out.
If you look at Exhibit C,
I get it.
every resolution in there is related to a township-owned property.
Mhm.
Exhibit D is related to everything that is related to any land use board approval. So it's basically related to construction administration services or inspection,
Okay, so why is Mount Pleasant School on that?
because they have a project that it went in front of the planning board. And I hope right now, they also gotta get inspections because they're doing, I believe, new classrooms, a stone.
Preschool.
With every preschool.
Yes.
So when you, so that is actually our expense when,
No, it's not
Escrow.
because it's the Board of Education.
Yeah,
oh, okay,
their escrow.
okay,
Okay?
all right. Yes, I think that's it for my questions on this. So is there any cap in terms of the amount of expense that the land use boards can request? Or can they just request as much as they want?
For the escrow, so that you understand, is related to the municipal land use law.
Yeah,
And it's based on a percentage of the total cost of the project. And then
Mhm.
from there, that's how you come up with a percentage for the inspection.
right. So one of the concerns that I've raised in the past is that in the escrow account,
Mhm.
our applicants, some of which are residents, are being charged fees that are out of compliance with our actual escrow ordinance. In this document, they have charges for specialists that run up to $220 an hour. But our code says that specialists can only be charged
So they-
150.
so that you understand, everything in escrow, Exhibit D,
Mhm.
is based on the calculations as per the municipal land use law, based on the overall cost of the project, the percentage, and then what they do, they give us 4 checks. We allow them typically 3 or 4 checks depending to make the deposits. That is based on the cost of the project, has nothing to do with their hourly rate. So
But-
for example,
Mhm.
let's say the inspection fees after the estimate is being provided by their professional
Mhm.
turns out to be $15,000,
Mhm.
right? We request 4 checks from the applicant. Who they use and what their hourly rate. It is what it is, but it's not gonna go over the $15,000. You understand what I'm saying? And sometimes that money is not expended or not utilized 100%.
Well, when they bill
Mhm.
for their escrow rates, they're billing at their escrow rates, not the municipal escrow rates. That's my concern. How do we
What I'm dictating
manage
to
that?
you is like whatever hourly rate it is for their professional, that's what it is. I cannot dictate to them what the hourly rate is. That's what they give us, their hourly rate for professional services, but understand that they cannot go over that amount.
But they do go over that amount by charging applicants over the escrow rate that is
I think-
provided in our.
I think you're confusing the land use board with the engineering department.
No, that's why I'm asking about only the land use board is charging charging escrow
It's
rates
a
that are
different
higher.
Escrow, that's for reviews.
Mhm.
And they could go back and forth with as many reviews and as escrows as is needed for them to do the review to the land use boards. If the applicant is not submitting plans that are in compliance or address all of the board engineers, professionals, and planners concerns, they're gonna keep going back and forth until finally they address the items and the application either will be approved or denied depending upon the board members.
Okay. All right. I'm done with questioning this one. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there any further discussion? Madam Clerk,
Is there a motion to approve 203-25?
so moved.
Second,
Councilwoman Castellino,
yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're now on to Resolution 204. It's a very similar to 203, having to do with consulting and municipal engineers, otherwise known as CME, for their contract in the amount not to exceed $350,000. Councilwoman Rudin, you pulled this.
Yes, for the same reason that I was concerned about why this vendor has only spent 103 and why they're asking for a not to exceed of 350.
If I could just potentially cut this short, based upon the explanation that the township engineer gave for 203, do you think 204, we could perhaps cut it short because this exact same situation exists for 204?
C and D in the back of the back.
They're basically both a mirror image of what I did. So Exhibit C and Exhibit D. So for Exhibit C, you see that we have expended or awarded them as of today, 2 resolutions. One was actually both were for 25 Lakeside Avenue. So it's $103,500, okay? Then when you go to Exhibit D,
Both, but I could buy it to this one.
we have expended or paid them as of today about $200,000 worth of site inspection fees for different applications. As you can see, they're listed in here. And a lot of them go back from 2022 to present. And there are a few pending that is another close to $24,000. So when you add that up, that gives you the amount of $223,887.75. I added that plus the $103,500 for the 2 municipal owned properties, which are 25 Lakeside Avenue. And 5% of that will be about 16,000. So when I add it all up, it's about $343,000 in change. So I just say 350 because I like to round up numbers.
So at the planning board last week, the planning board
Uh-huh.
in application authorized CME to do a geotechnical study to determine the slope stability for West Essex Highlands. And I don't see that on here as an expense.
If you recall on the last council meeting, you asked for 4 resolutions,
Yes.
2 of which are coming from the engineering department, which is separate from the planning department.
Right.
So what you're asking for will be coming from the planning department.
But shouldn't it be in this because that is authorizing that vendor?
No, because it's separate. This is 100% related to the Department of Engineering.
Okay,
I don't have any control or oversee
or access to any of the escrow accounts for the land use boards. That will be something that will need to be discussed with the director of planning, as well as the administration, and work a resolution just in the same manner that I came up with something like this. We're
Okay,
done.
so then I guess if you could just stay here for a second, I want to ask the administration, how is it that the land use board attorney assigned the CME a project that is not authorized by the town council? Where's the funds coming from?
I believe that's through the escrow. It goes through the plan, because the planning, it's my understanding, the planning and zoning boards are the land use boards that hire their own professionals, and that this is who they use. And the bills go through them, through my understanding is through escrow. So
CME is the engineer on that project.
I understand, but there was a very clear threat from the developer's attorney at that meeting that anybody from West Orange who does not support the project is liable to a lawsuit. And CME gets more than $500,000 from West Orange in a contract. How can this be the entity that was given permission to make a determination about whether or not the two different steep slope analyses are, which one is correct? This is somebody who works for the town, who gets $500,000 and is vulnerable to the same threat that was given to our own environmental commission at that meeting. So I'd like to know why CME is being authorized. And if that comes before the council, that's going to be a problem.
I can't answer to what was said at the meeting because I wasn't at that meeting. I don't know if the mayor could speak more to it, but it's an autonomous board that, and that would be a question for the director to ask, and we can have her provide the answer for you by.
Is CME a vendor of West Orange?
Yes.
Okay, and would they not be liable to the same threat of litigation posed by Mr. Plocker that the that the West Orange Environmental Commission?
It's the independent.
I would ask
They're-
legals, I would ask legals. Since it's a
Okay.
legal question.
What was the question?
At the last planning board meeting, the attorney for the developer said that anybody from West Orange who does not support the settlement agreement for West Essex Highlands would be subjected to legal ramifications. He said that to our environmental commission, and at that same meeting, turned around and then hired somebody who makes $500,000 from this township to decide whether or not there is a steep slope problem, to mediate between two different reports. So we have somebody who literally works for West Orange making a determination about which study to go with. And this person would be under the same threat that the Environmental Commission would be subjected to. He works for our township.
If I could, Mr. Burke, if you can answer it now, fine. If not, just say you'll have to research it and we got to move on. We're just, these hypotheticals are just taking up time at the meeting. So
Yes, Council President, I would want to take a look at that before giving a more detailed
Okay,
explanation.
so it's very much not a hypothetical. It is part of this, but I hear what you're saying, that this particular contract relates only to engineering, and the planning, the budget for the planning board has not been presented to us, which just makes me question, if it hasn't been presented to us, how is the planning board allocating money for spending with CME?
Probably the administration mentioned, it is through escrow. And just to answer a little bit of your question, so that you understand, any licensed professional who does work for the township or for anybody else, any private entity, the instant that you sign off on a study, a report, whatever it is, plans, you're liable for it regardless. And nothing is set in stone that will, I would say, immune you from being sued down the line. Could be 15, 20, 50 years, and you're still gonna be liable for it. Whenever I put my name, my signature, Am I licensed? Am I sealed? I am liable for it. That's the risk and the liability that we have as professionals. So it doesn't matter who does the study. That person or that company is at risk, just like the township is any given day for a
Right.
lawsuit.
Thank you, Ms. Carvalho. That's
I-
clear.
I
Are
would
there
li-
any other questions?
I would like to believe that, but that is not an impartial vendor to make a determination. And I think that somebody who gets a $500,000 contract with our town and is being told very clearly at a meeting that they're liable for a lawsuit is not an impartial body.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Are there any other questions?
Yeah, yes.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yeah, real quick. So the 25 Lakeside Avenue properties, if we get the BDA grant, will get reimbursed for these expenditures?
We are gonna get reimbursed for some of that money, not 100% of the monies. So we did apply and submitted for a grant. And I believe it's about $1.2 million, 1.2 million or so. So we're waiting to hear back from them with the approval letter for the Matrix New World Services.
Okay.
But some of those expenses, not 100% of it is gonna be covered by grants.
So we're hoping some of it will recoup back some of it. Okay, that was it, Council President. Thank you.
Right. Is there any more discussion?
Nope.
Madam Clerk.
Is there a motion to approve 204-25?
I'll second.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa? Council President Kukoviac?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And I'll say this again, Councilman Rudin, I salute your doggedness in trying to vet all of these expenses and all of the process. But the council meeting is not necessarily the best way to try to get this done. There's plenty of time in between meetings that I hope going forward you can, sort of sort this out instead of talking about it at a meeting where we don't get too much answers done. So please keep up the good work, but we've got to move the council meetings along, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ziggy.
Should we go back to 172-25?
Should we do public comment?
I think we
Public
should
comment.
finish.
I think we need public.
We're in the middle of the resolution.
So I know I'm supposed to be the one making decisions
Yeah, yeah,
about the order of the meeting. I would like to just throw it out to my council colleagues, where you want to go at this point. You want to move to public comment?
Yeah.
Yes.
They've waited
Yeah.
long enough.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we will move to public comment now, please, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
So before we go forward, I just want to do my thing. I want to confirm that we are all on the same page on how public comment is regulated as per our ordinance. We recently returned to the practice of public speakers speaking from the podium next to the dais, where Mr. Fagan is standing now. If you want, and to save time between speakers, you can move closer to the front of the benches. Once you are recognized by the chair, that's me, you can speak for up to 5 minutes. Please be concise to speed up the process. You do not have to use all 5 minutes if you don't need them. And then please, everyone speak directly into the microphone and as loudly as you feel comfortable. And then after everyone has commented, we on the dais may respond. Our ordinance also specifies that the speaker first state their name and address. There's also a time limit in terms of speakers, quote, shall at no time engage in any personally offensive or abusive remarks. The chair shall call any speaker to order who violates any provision of this rule, end quote. Anyone who does disturb the peace the council shall be forthwith, peace of the council, beg your pardon, shall be forthwith barred by the presiding officer from further audience before the council, except that if the speaker shall submit to proper order under these rules, permission for him or her to continue may be granted by a majority vote of the council. Your township council is a place to discuss our differences and often to find compromise to make West Orange an even better place to live. So I urge all of us to treat everyone as they would like to be treated. You can make your point without cursing or insulting anyone. All right. Mr. Fagan, take it away, please.
Thank you, Council President. I know we have a lot to get through this evening, so I will try to be as quick and brief as possible. I'd like to open this evening with on our website, at the bottom of the website is a township calendar, and this is below the scroll. This is at the bottom of the website, and you'll see all the dates there in the green circle, and that's an indication of things going on that night. And certainly, if you were to click on the 8th, you would see that there's a township council meeting tonight. And in the more detailed section, if you were to click on that, there would be the Zoom link information. So this information is always available at westorange.org. And when it comes to Zoom meetings like the council meeting tonight, the information is also available in our scroll. In the scroll, you will notice that there's a notice for public hearings. This is, we're actually required by law, I believe. I don't want to misspeak, but this is from the New Jersey State Redevelopment Plan and Draft Infrastructure. And there's a series of public hearings, and the links can be found on our website. Certainly, this is September 15th to October 15th. We celebrate National Hispanic Heritage Month. And certainly in West Orange, it's a celebration of community because we have people across the spectrum of ethnic backgrounds from Spanish-speaking countries here in West Orange. This Wednesday, I believe, September 10th, there's going to be a meeting here in council chambers, 4th round housing element and fair share plan. This will be a Zoom meeting. I'm remiss in my duties. I believe there will be public comment permitted in person, but certainly not on Zoom. On September 21st at West Orange High School, we have the Nikhil, stop for Nikhil, 5K run, 3K walk, 5K bike coming up. There is information about this online. I also mentioned this at the last council meeting, and I will continue to mention this for the purpose of our residents being prepared. Shredding Day, Sunday, October 5th, at the West Orange Environmental Center. There are restrictions, and this is only open to West Orange residents. So please check our website for more details. Speaking of our environmental center, important notice, grass clippings are not accepted at the recycling center, but we do have disposal instructions for grass clippings on the website. Also, it's been brought to our attention that certain residents are feeding wild animals. And I know, especially when it comes to deer, and I know deer are cute. I have deer that live in my neighborhood, but under West Orange Ordinance 4-35.2 is indicated here, no person shall feed any wildlife anywhere within the township, and that certainly includes your front lawn. We have 2 upcoming events at OzPac, Stella Blues Band. I believe this was rescheduled from an earlier rainout date, and the Jazz Fest, September 20th. You can check for this information online, and you can go to Pleasant Valley Productions, their website, and there will be more information about this. September 13th at Soriano Field in Her Shoes. This is an event promoting awareness, not promoting domestic violence, but promoting awareness to domestic violence. Coincidentally, that day, September 13th, will be my 50th reunion from Mountain High School here in West Orange. I will be conducting a walking tour on the grounds. Also, want to mention 5K run for Wasac. And this information is available online for registration. This has turned out to be an annual event. West Orange Stop Suicide Advocacy Coalition. On September 18th, there is a council connection open hour scheduled from 6 to 7. That is here in council chambers. And as always, no appointment is necessary. I also want to indicate another navigational aid to our website. If you go to the front page of our website and you click on the heading departments, you'll see a number of departments listed there. I should say all the departments listed there. And if you click on the Senior Services tab, it will take you to all the upcoming and great events that our senior services do. These are just two flyers that are there. The aerobics fall session and the yoga fall session. Now, I actually had signed up for the yoga fall session, mistakenly thinking it was yogurt, not yoga. But if you go to the if you go to the, we need a little levity now and then. If you go to that tab, this information is there. Also, just a reminder, it was last July of 2024 that the fines were increased for parking in fire lanes. Now, keeping fire lanes clear is certainly very important. It's a public safety concern. A lot of times you may think that you're just parking there for a minute, and you might very well be, but anything can happen in a minute. And if your car is in a fire lane, it is going to receive a ticket. And there are tier offenses here: first offense, second offense, third offense. Also online is Adoption Day, first and third Saturday of every month. You should check this information on our website. There is a phone number here for voicemail. And this, of course, is subject to change because I believe they are reliant upon volunteers. So they might not have proper staffing in place for this, but you can check with this information online. Also, mobile MVC is coming to West Orange September 29th. Now, there seems to be some confusion about this. It's coming to West Orange on September 29th. The signups open at 12 p.m. on Monday, September 15th. Information about this is at westorange.org. The township is not handling the signups. This is all done through a link from the state, but this information is available on our website. So if there's any confusion out there, typically, anytime this has opened, the appointments sell out very quickly. So I want you to be aware that the signups open at 12 p.m. Monday, September 15th, 2025. As mentioned, this information is available at westorange.org. Our fire department is offering its CPR certification course. This is only open to West Orange residents, and there are restrictions about this. It is Thursday, October 2nd, 6 to 10 p.m. And there are details I posted on the website. I also posted on the website about our annual open house for the fire department. This is always a great event. That's October 5th. That's coming up soon. And this year's theme is about lithium-ion batteries in your home and all the safety tips and concerns regarding that. The Downtown Alliance, there's a QR code. I'm going to leave this on the screen just for a moment. Perhaps you can take a picture of that at home, get that QR code. But the Downtown Alliance is requesting people respond to the survey. And this survey is available at downtownwestorange.com on their website. And the QR code will bring you to more information. And finally, I want to leave you with this photograph here. This comes from Warsaw, Poland. Now, this is a direct consequence of the David Cassidy marker celebration we had here in West Orange at the end of July. This woman, Veronica is her name, came from Warsaw, Poland. And because she traveled the furthest, I gave her a copy of one of my books. And she sent this picture here from downtown Warsaw. And she is holding my book, one of my books. So you just to know that West Orange, don't underestimate the reach of the internet. And she has expressed to me in email that she wishes to return to West Orange as a result of being here and that we have a lovely town. So this is all a direct result of the very diligent efforts of the Mayor's Office of Downtown Alliance in bringing this event together. And it also speaks volumes about the untapped resource of tourism that we have here in town and should be focused on. And with that, I would like to bring up my esteemed colleague, Mr. Anthony Puglisi.
Anthony Puglisi, representing County Executive Joe DiFincenzo. Joe said he had a couple of my flyers set, so if he sets them up, I'll explain them to you. This Thursday is the 24th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. As always, we'll have the ceremony in Eagle Rock Reservation starting at 8 a.m. and the public is invited. For those who can't attend, it will be live streamed on the county website and on the county executive's social media there. Next up. Oh, you got a bunch of them there. Road to Wellness is on September 28th is a Sunday. This is the second annual event. This is our food truck for health, although the food trucks have healthy themes in Branchford Park. There are screenings available, and if you visit the website, some of the screenings do require appointments, and you can schedule that ahead of time. Senior Wellness Day is at September 30th at Cody Arena. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Again, the public is invited. As always, we'll have an array of social services, vendors, and other organizations that help seniors maintain their independence and promote a healthy lifestyle. And then finally, on September 21st, at the Environmental Center is the Fall Family Festival. Again, it's a free event. Some items are for sale, and we hope to see you all there. If you missed any of this, it's all on the website, which is EssexCountyNJ.org. Thanks.
Yeah.
Perfect. Is that all?
Thank you, Mr. Puglisi. I will now entertain hands raised who would like to speak. I know you have been waiting anxiously, so please come up. Is there anyone else? I see two hands over here. I see three now. We'll just take them in a row. Second row, third row, fourth row. Sound good? Sound like a plan?
You're very kind to have noticed. I appreciate that because I've been here for 2 hours.
Oh, my goodness.
My name is Jackie Parisi. I'm at 46 Mount Pleasant Avenue. This is my first town council meeting, not my first ever, but my first one here. I'd like to address something that is very important to the people of 46 Mount Pleasant Avenue. And that is, we have been putting up with, I was off this summer from teaching, so I was able to be there at home and recognize everything going on. We are very, very upset about the speeding, the incredible speeding going on Mount Pleasant Avenue. We are at our wits' end. I have taken the liberty to give you 3 photos here. 1, 2, 3, and you can pass those and you can have them for your pleasure. The buses, there are many, many school buses that are coming down here, and I believe they are going to the ESC bus school or bus depot over there on Standish. And today I noticed I was passing them going west, going eastbound at 2:35 this afternoon. There was 8 almost school buses going down, one right after another. We have noticed coming down the hill, not so much going up, coming down the hill, there are dump trucks by the 10s, at least 10. We have big propane tankers coming down. We have very large tow trucks with big ramps behind.
Ms.
them.
Parisi, can you talk into the microphone,
Oh,
please? Thank
sorry.
you.
This is upsetting our way of life. This is very, very, very dangerous that this is happening. We had an elderly woman try and come out of the parking lot and she almost got clipped. We were right there watching this. Our hearts were in our mouth. I'm begging the town council to work with, I have been working with the police for 3 months now and nothing has happened. Absolutely nothing has happened. And as you can see, that's a law that is not being recognized. That's not being enforced. And again, it's for safety. It's our stress level is through the roof. There, when an empty dump truck comes running down Mount Pleasant Avenue, there's nothing inside that truck except all the big bolts and bing-a-bangs that it's making when it's coming down the road, going over bumps. And it sounds like an explosion is going on. Oh, I'm sorry. Again, I have spoken to the police for 3 months now. And we are all at our wits' ends. And it's not just for us. I'm saying this is for the town. It's for the safety of everybody that is in the area. So I'm done. Thank you
Ms.
for your
Priestley, would you
time.
please leave your phone number with Mr. Fagan so that if we need to get back in touch with you, we can.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Smaraldo, I just want to ask you to,
I'm putting it in the notes.
if you know what's going on Mount Pleasant Avenue related to her, if not, we can bring it up and get back to her.
I'll discuss with the police department. Unfortunately, it's a driver, it's driver caused, and unfortunately, enforcement is usually typically the only way we can curtail this. If
Yes.
it happens to do with the school buses, we can obviously contact the Board of Education and let them know to investigate themselves.
Thank you. Mr. Vanula, you're next.
Council President, I just wanted to make a comment to that because we have heard this complaint either through emails or people contacting the administration that we can have Pete's taking notes, but we could have a stat tracker placed there so people are cognizant of their speed.
Yeah.
There was,
And
one,
that,
I think, right? A couple months ago?
not at
No?
the
I know
top of the
Linda
hill, not at
Stiles.
the bottom, right?
Yeah.
But we can place it at the bottom. Thank you.
And
Thank you, Mr. Vanula.
Just to, I'm not trying to throw them under the bus proverbially,
I
but
know.
Mr.
Puglisi.
Puglisi, it is county road. We work with the county, and they've helped us out, so we can reach out to the county too, maybe to help out with signs and stuff like
Because
that.
I know there had been something there, because Linda Stiles was calling me constantly about it, and there was a big.
But the
That's the
policy
different,
changes.
that's the different
Yeah.
area. That there is a sign up there on it, and that was
Good.
thanks for the cooperation with the county. We were able to get that in place to put in, up there, and it seems to have helped.
Tracking.
Mr. Vanula, please.
Yes, Joseph Panulo, Essex Fells, 200-foot notice area. Question, there's a agenda item, pending matter, new matter, council discussion. I wonder if I could allow the council to see something on the screen before I go. I'm already going. Would that be okay?
Yes, if you find it urgent,
I'm just
Ms.
giving
Morrow?
you Madam Clerk, can you stop the clock?
Thank you. So here to speak about, there's a confluence of the housing element fair share plan being presented Wednesday at the planning board. We will be present, and we submitted a report to Susan Gruhl or Hired Gruhl with an attachment. There'll be one more document heading out tomorrow or before the planning board meets. What I'd like to show you is an explanation of and a confluence of both the housing element fair share plan as it applies to the existing site that's restated at the Highlands, the environmental ordinance and public safety issues. Thank you, Joe. And what I'm showing you is the red part of the map, and zoom back just a little bit, with all that red, this site is marked, 40% of that site is 10% or greater slopes. What you'll see on the right with red, this is the original concept plan. That's the recent. The original concept plan is a different one. It's here. All that red is 15% or greater slopes. You will notice roads, buildings, the balance of the slope. And if you look up to the top, you'll see a balance of steep slope. That's a safety issue that is involved in ordinances that are suspended for this application. Every ordinance in town is suspended. That's a safety ordinance. They're environmental ordinances, but this is a safety consideration. And all of that on the red side that you're seeing, including by the buildings, was the subject of steep slope analysis. 2 of them were submitted. We heard earlier, about the CMEs who have been asked to present something distinct, separate, independent, but this is a risk that violates residential site improvement standards and will also violate American with Disabilities Act over 5%. You've got crosswalks, roads, driving, coming down a hill and buildings parked on those slopes. Because these ordinances are suspended here, we're going to rely on state law, federal law, but they're all safety issues. And as you consider this evening, whatever you consider with regard to eliminating exemptions or not, whether they're exempt or they're not, they still violate state law. Whether you suspended every ordinance in the township, there are still state laws under municipal land use, residential site improvement, and again, ADA, besides traffic, besides other things. And so I'm putting that up so you can see that's not the original plan that was submitted with the concept that was approved by this council for the settlement agreement. 3320, that's the original plan. The original plan that was submitted and agreed is not the same. So it's turned sideways, but what you see there is, if it was to flip one to the right, that's a different building. That building on the right is Building D, was moved from there 50 feet and 30 feet into the eastern edge of the slope. That's not the original agreement that was signed here in the settlement. That's dangerous. It's dangerous in many places. There's one that shows the neighborhoods that were part of a planned use development approved by West Orange and Verona. Different slide, it's overview, or zoom out. That will reflect in 1980 that you'll see Howell Drive at the top of the mountain. There are these houses are built on 15% or greater slopes. The road in between Howell is a 15% or greater slope. Those winding roads are what's expected to be traversed by fire, rescue, emergency. That's why the plan in part was shot down in 2006. Those roads didn't change. The rules did. So just to point out, as you consider going forward, can it be worthy of this council to observe public safety ordinances and the public safety of the public? We would argue that it would. I will let you know that there are a number of documents that have been submitted regarding storm wetlands, steep slope, traffic. They're all public safety issues. There's going to be contested. There is contested. I'll wrap shortly, but we're going to inform everybody every way we can, and we will be present at the Wednesday evening hearing, public comment, not just presenting what was already presented this week to everybody here and the planning board and Susan Gruhl directly, but with one more document showing why this site is not available, approvable, developable, or suitable under any standard, but more importantly, the law. And that was known by all before this plan was submitted. It wasn't disclosed. We're going to disclose it now in the fourth.
Your time is up.
Before it's proven, so everybody knows. I appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you all.
Thank you. Mr. Waldman, please. Is there anyone else who wants to speak tonight? I've got you next. And then there's a hand back there. I can't see who's holding it up, but you're good. Yes, great. You're next after the young gentleman in front.
Good evening. Thank you. Herb Waldman, 18 Connell Drive. I wanted to pick up for a moment where Mr. Pnuo left off and just address how would the steep slope ordinance protect property owners? After the rock slide incident on Northfield Avenue, the town commissioned a report evaluating the risk posed to the neighboring homes immediately west of the Rongelin Apartments. Recommendations from that report were incorporated into the steep slope ordinance. The ordinance was amended to require the following. Number one, when an applicant wants to develop a property with a steep slope, they must submit a geotechnical analysis of the slope stability and the need for remedial action. Two, in areas of potential rock slides, a catchment area or rockfall zone must be provided at the toe of the slope. Number three, a plan to ensure that the slope is properly maintained in a safe and stable condition must be prepared. And four, site inspections must be done every 2 years, and the inspection reports must be filed with the town. There is no reason to exempt any property from these requirements, which were adopted as a result of a tragic and frightening experience that thankfully did not result in the loss of any lives. But make no mistake about it, this is a deadly serious matter, and the current situation with this exemption should not be allowed to continue. As we heard earlier tonight, the developer's attorney has threatened litigation against those holding positions in the township who do not support the application. He claims that failure to support the application constitutes a breach of the developer's agreement with the town. If this council moves forward with an amendment to the inclusionary housing ordinance to remove the site's exemption from the town's environmental regulations, I expect the developer will again claim that the agreement has been breached. But the agreement has already been breached, as you've just seen, by the developer. In that agreement, they promised to present a plan, quote, substantially consistent with the design represented in the concept plan. If some entity with regulatory authority required the relocation of one or more buildings, the agreement provided a mechanism, including mediation, for how the new location was to be determined. As far as I know, no one forced the developer to relocate the largest of the four buildings from the place that had been depicted in the concept plan to a location 50 feet closer to the ridgeline. The process for deciding the new location set out in the settlement agreement was not followed. The developer just unilaterally decided to move the building. Their own engineer said at the planning board hearing that the building was only, quote, in the general vicinity of what was approved in the settlement agreement. But a relocation of 50 feet is a big change when you consider the fact that the steep slope ordinance requires a 50-foot setback. After unilaterally making this charge, the developer has the nerve to accuse others of breaching the agreement. In reality, what happened was the developer took advantage of the exemption from the town's environmental regulations and relocated the building into what would otherwise be a required buffer area. Amending the ordinance to remove the exemption, the developer is trying, amending the ordinance to remove the exemption the developer is trying to abuse is an appropriate and necessary response to the developer's breach of the contract, and the breach of the agreement. I fully expect, based on his past behavior, that the developer's attorney will threaten the council if the council attempts to change the ordinance. But I want you and the rest of the members of the town and the developer and the public to know that it's not going to be like it was the first time, where a hearing was held before the court during COVID without any public notice and without the participation of any interested citizens of the town. If there is further litigation, you can be assured that the council and the town will not be there alone. I've spoken with Mr. Panulo's groups and other people, and this will not be simply another example, another instance of the town with the friendly law department going in with the developer. This will be an adversary proceeding, far different than what happened when the original plan was approved. And Mr. Panulo addressed or alluded to documents that were not presented by any side because nobody had an interest in presenting them to the court when they approved the settlement. There was a settlement agreement that I was part of in 2004. It wasn't presented. There's an agreement with Verona that wasn't presented.
Your time is up.
Agreeing with an agreement with West Essex residents that wasn't presented. And most importantly, there was a planning board decision that denied a previous application that the court was totally unaware of, as far as we could tell. That will not happen again.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Waldman.
Good evening. Robert Hotzen, Hoatson, 10 Gaston Street, West Orange. Fortunately, I was able to lessen my blood pressure as I walked across the parking lot to come here tonight, because I was watching it on Zoom in my apartment.
Yeah.
Am I too close?
Yeah.
I was watching it on Zoom in my apartment, and I couldn't help but come over and ask the town council president to please change his method of dealing with his fellow council members. I think he owes Ms. Rudin an apology. And Mr. Krakowiak, I think what you need to do is you need to understand that you're not the mediator between the council and the administration. Rather, you're a member of the council. So when you told Ms. Rudin that
continue your dogged interest in, well, that's like the principal telling the kid that, yeah, it's okay, but don't keep doing it. So I was flabbergasted when I saw that behavior in my living room across the way there. And I think you owe Ms. Rudin an apology. You of all people should know about being the thorn in the side of the council for so many years in this town. So when somebody else is doing it, it's not allowed, but when you did it, it was okay. So, and by the way, this is not just a one-off. I've been watching carefully during the past several weeks that you've been trying to placate rather than lead discussion, and that's what Ms. Rudin was doing. And you're usually here till 11 o'clock anyway, so why was she holding things up? Thank you.
Pastor, I think I had identified. But you will certainly be next. Is there anyone else who wants to speak tonight? You will be after Pastor Adams, please.
Hello, can everybody hear me? My name is Jacqueline Hendy, Beverly Road. First of all, this is amazing. Thank you, whoever did that. It's so hard to hear in here, and I'm finally able to follow along, so I just really appreciate that. There's a couple of things that I wanted to speak about tonight. First, I saw on one of my town pages, I'm a member of a few neighborhood pages, and I saw that the mayor had shared a letter basically, once again, publicly admonishing the council for quote unquote not doing their job and threatening that we're against under the crunch of time and that we're going to be facing these penalties. And the article that was shared was like a fluff piece. It cited insider sources instead of real sources. So I'm just curious why this fluff is being disseminated as if it is an official voice of the town. And second of all, the mayor was only elected with 30% of the of the voters, excuse me. And I'm only saying this to say that 70% of people wanted change. And that is reflected in our council. You can see how many new faces we have on our council. So the council is in effect the true voice of the people. It is the most reflective of what the people want. What the people want is fiscal accountability and change. And we want a town that is livable, that is forward-thinking, that has an affordable housing plan in place that doesn't give us a pittance. And then we're going to be, at the current rate, we are going to be having 6,000 new units to barely make our 1,000 required affordable units. Where are these 6,000 families going to go? How are we going to educate these children? Because they're not just going to be people without families, especially as real estate and buying a house is so expensive. So I would imagine that these are probably all going to be rentals. Let's just face it. That's all we make nowadays is rentals. We are not prioritizing home ownership at all, which is a real thorn in my side. But anyway, I digress. I feel like it is an insult to me because this is my voice. And every time that the administration goes out and publicly admonishes the council, they're admonishing me. They're suing me with my own money. That is a huge insult to a fiduciary, somebody who's supposed to be putting the interest of the public above themselves. And even the appearance of acting in the interest of the public is also a violation of fiduciary duties. I don't understand what has led us to this point. I'm just finally having my children at a point where I can finally wake up and pay attention. And there's so much chaos happening in this world. I think we're going to be having a lot more people showing up because we can't change what's going on out there, but maybe we can affect change locally and stop people acting in the business, I'm losing my word, in the interests of corporations, not people. People over corporations, people over profit, the environment, the trees over profit. And that's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wants to speak after Pastor Adams besides Ms. Bennett? Okay.
Doug Adams, 9 Westover, and I'm actually surprised that I'm here. I made a personal commitment that I wasn't coming to these things anymore. But I'm just overwhelmingly disappointed. And some of what the young lady said and others have said is really a part of my disappointment. We keep allowing this conversation to digress between the administration and the council. I've heard the council say that they don't want to be threatened with affordable housing when the law is going to require us to have affordable housing. The council voted against a company who had a plan, even though the council president, the zoning officer, and everyone on the council from the administration said, if we don't get this done, we are going to be liable for developers' remedy. And then all of a sudden, we're liable for developers' remedy, and everybody says it's the administration. We had a park down here in the neighborhood, and everybody said, well, if the town gives us a debt plan, then we'll get the park done. The park is still not done. They said, oh, well, we don't need to replace the council person because we'll work together. But yet we've had all of these budget committee meetings and we've not gotten the budget done yet. So evidently the deadlock of 4 to 4 and the whole working together thing, maybe we're not as good at working together as we thought. Maybe we need a 5th person to break that up. But what I'm saying is, I'm kind of sick of it's their fault, it's their fault, it's this fault, it's that fault. It serves no good. For the first time, it's in the paper. This wasn't some fluff piece. This was a letter from a state agency that said they're going to charge the council $25 a day per person. Now, I know that, maybe that's not a whole lot to a whole lot of people. Maybe it'd be more. If it was more, maybe we get it done sooner. I don't know. But it just seems to me that we're talking about so many things. We're fighting to get this ordinance done, and we want to get a noise ordinance. We got businesses leaving town. I was in the conversation. The question was asked, what are we going to do to generate revenue? This is the fiscal responsibility council. But yet we're not able to get anything done. We're arguing over $110 a month to clean up people's dog doo-doo. I mean, realistically, we have no budget, and I get it. Folk want to get on the council president about this, but I've been here for almost 29 years. But I've been at many of these council meetings, and they said, talk about it beforehand. Get your questions answered first, so when we come to these council meetings, you can dispense with the paying of the bills. It just seems like grandstanding. Well, I want to ask this so that the public knows that we're doing this, and I want to ask this question so the public knows that we do this. Well, the public knows we're not getting the bills done or through the meetings anytime quickly. We're not getting our budget done. You guys are meeting over and over again. Listen, I'm not saying the administration is perfect. I ain't saying that the council is all wrong. But what I am saying is all this stuff about working together and council president, you should this, that, and the other, and so on and so forth. And the administration should have did this and should have did that. We just all sitting up here. And the reality is we do need affordable housing. Everybody, everywhere in New Jersey, they need affordable housing. I submitted to the council even before the election and several times after. Councilwoman Castellini, you had a problem. Our people don't get the places. They don't. But you know what you could do? You could add to the ordinance that 50% of the 20% or 5% of this, because it's affordable. It could be categorized housing. We're not talking about any of
Your
those.
time
So
is
we
up.
we still got people that are going through all kind of stuff every day, dealing with all kinds of issues. I just want you to know, I'm intentionally going past my 5 minutes.
Please don't. Pat.
Because the last two people did and nobody said anything. I'm done, but I'm just saying, we got to stop the bickering back and forth and just try and get this thing done.
Is there anyone else who wants to speak after Ms. Bennett? Thank you.
Good evening, Michaela Bennett, Old Indian Road. It never ceases to amaze me how coincidental things can be. So I'm grateful to Pastor Adams for some of the things that he raised. It's actually inaccurate, but I'm grateful because it gives me the opportunity to correct the record. I want to begin, though, with having heard multiple times people suggesting that Councilwoman Rudin should ask her questions before the meeting. Is that permissible? Is she permitted? I read a letter from the mayor, the one that was just referenced, also the business administrator, that said she and only she could be consulted. Are we open and transparent, or are we cloaked and clandestine? First, I want to thank Mr. Smeraldo and Mr. Reynolds for their responsiveness about a sinkhole that I reported over the weekend. Second, I would like to thank the West Orange Police Department who responded to a serious situation between two motorists after midnight on Saturday night in our neighborhood. Their professionalism and de-escalation was exceptional. Third, thank you to the council for your responsiveness to my email requesting an investigation into the West Orange dispatch. West Orange Dispatch got my email address and the email address of hundreds of others of residents. I'm still waiting on the mayor to respond at all. A note about West Orange Dispatch. It's not fluff. It's not fluff. It's fake. It's fake news. It's a fake profile and a fake author and a fake editor and a fake outlet being promoted by our mayor and other operatives of a corrupt machine administration. It is fake. You know what else it is? West Orange Dispatch, Hillside Dispatch, Springfield Dispatch. This author is prolific. He's also connected to a man named Pundi, I believe is how you pronounce his name. And Pundi happens to work for Mr. Trenk. He also happens to be associated with the Edison 8. Look it up. He's no longer with Walentz. He's now with Trenk. He's connected. It's all connected. And I would submit what this is an attempt to sway an election. We're smarter than that, people of West Orange. June 27th, I sent an email. I'm now raising 172-25 on the resolutions. June 27th, I sent an email to Diane McGovern. It was regarding ADA accommodations that she should have permitted for Councilwoman Scarpa. Councilwoman Scarpa is back on the dais. I'm still waiting for a response from an attorney. Every attorney in the room knows when an attorney communicates with an attorney, you're supposed to respond. I want to remind this council very quickly that this planning board attorney permitted the Essex County Country Club to proceed with an application that was unlawful on its face. Nowhere in this state, not even on private property, may people drive under the influence of alcohol with open containers. That was permitted to proceed before our planning board wasted a ton of money and also wasted taxpayers' money as we appealed tens of thousands of dollars. Speaking of the mayor and the business administrator, current business administrator, I would like to know if you are working full-time at this township, Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. And then lastly, I would like to raise the following. This is 208-25. And specifically A, the personnel matters specifically to seek legal guidance to help determine an employee's compensation. Having been at the budget workshop where this was discussed, specifically a $34,000 raise for the Assistant Business Administrator when he was returned to that role. I did some research and I bring to your attention NJSA 40A:5-49. I'm going to paraphrase, but you can read it yourself. Whenever a mayor wants to modify a salary, 1, she must do so with specific notice. 2, the CFO must complete the employee compensation disclosure form. 3, it needs to be presented publicly. 4, it needs to be confirmed or not by the council. Governing body,
Your time is up.
I'm just going to read one last sentence.
Please do.
Governing body actions taken without compliance with this section shall be null and void. Thank you.
So thank you, everybody, for your patience. It was well rewarded. There's quite an interesting public comment selection to choose from. As you know, at the conclusion of public comment, the members of the members of the council and anybody else up here on the dais can choose to respond or not respond. And before we do, I just want to remind everybody, as if not that I need to, that in responding to certain legal, I won't call them threats, but legal admonitions, that we should be prudent in what our public comments are, given that atmosphere. So I was going to say, Mayor, would you like to respond in any way? Okay, understood. Who would like to start at from the council? Councilman Castellino, please.
Yeah, I could go.
Thank you.
Being that some of the responses where I would like to dive into, I'm not going to because of potential legal ramifications. So let me start with thanking everybody for coming in and for being very passionate. And obviously we have a lot going on. In regards to the affordable housing, and I appreciate some of the comments tonight. Some of them, I want some of the speakers to understand why I feel the way I do. In November 2024, I went to the League of Municipalities, sat through 3 seminars, talked to hundreds of people for the couple days that I was there in regards to the numbers. At that time, I reached out to administration to let them know they could challenge our ridiculous number that we were given. Since that time, 160 other towns have challenged the numbers. And some have been very successful in lowering their number. I felt that some of our inventory was misrepresented and we should have challenged and whatnot. I also am very disappointed how our residents are not getting these units. Okay, our residents are not getting these units. Folks from the region that we are in are primarily getting. Now, affordable housing is a need. I think it's wonderful if it's done correctly. I am not in agreement the way the state rolled this out. Someone at the DCA that when, I'm not going to give their name here. Basically, this was a rush job. The governor is leaving office this year. This was a rush job, the way they did it. I believe, Jackie, thank you for coming down this evening. I'm with you. I am frustrated. These are all apartments. Where are the homes? Our young people cannot buy a home. Our young people cannot buy a single family house. The inventory is very low and they're astronomical. My niece and her husband have been trying for a year now to find somewhere. Little shacks that need $200,000 worth of work is going for $700,000 in Essex County. It's disgusting. So I do believe in affordable housing, but single-family homes aren't part of the equation. They are pushing these apartment units all over the place. All over the place. And it's a shame. It really is a shame because that will affect our town. The traffic that will be brought into our town, we can't control. The school district, everything. You know, we are going to be paralyzed here. So I'm very upset and, you know, I've been button heads with many people in town in regards to this subject matter. Our planning consultant did advise us that we couldn't fight this. That's why I pulled the resolution this evening. And again, other towns did have success. I really wish we would have tried to fight the number. As far as all the other nonsense that's going on, I believe we will straighten it out amongst the council and the administration. I always am a firm believer that that a problem cannot be solved. And it's all about communication and everyone willing to do the right thing. And I think that will happen. I always have to remain optimistic, but as I just wanted for a few of you to realize where I stand and why I stand there. And I believe I like the one part I do like about the affordable housing for disabled. If you have units, they will give you double the numbers and change the numbers on that and give you credits, which is a great thing. So parts of it I do believe in, but primarily I'm just disgusted with the whole process. I just think the way they've rolled this out from the state is disappointing on so many levels. And you know, I'm not going to comment on West Essex Highlands because that's another disappointment. I was part of that original council and even more disappointed of facts that I didn't know then that I do now. But I always say this job is about what you know on the day you make your vote. And sometimes you don't get that information to, in this case, years later. So I'm just going to leave it there. And again, thank you everyone for coming out. And you know, we'll see what transpires. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Who wants to be next? Not all at once.
Okay, how about you?
I can do that if you guys are still preparing your remarks. Again, I appreciate what everybody said. I'm not going to address everything. I don't think it needs to be addressed or can be addressed by my colleagues. But I did want to try to respond to Mr. Hodson and just explain that as council president, my main responsibility, or at least one of them, is to run an efficient, clear council meeting that does the business of the residents under the auspices of Robert's Rule of Order. And that includes actually getting work done as much as possible over as little time expended. Our meetings run too long for most residents to follow along. If we have a 6-hour meeting, who in our township can stick around and watch that or watch the recording? I want people to be more engaged in what's going on with town affairs so that they can provide us more informed guidance because we're their representatives. But as you may have determined from here, there are people coming up and speaking who do not have an accurate understanding of certain issues. And it's understandable because we make our meetings too long. I do not apologize for trying to move our meetings along. I'm not naming anybody's names because everybody up here is guilty at one time or the other of not working towards the most efficient meeting that we can. The council members are clearly not agreed on the best way to actually run or operate a meeting. I personally think there's way too much opinion spoken and too much debate without reflecting a goal of getting something done as quickly as possible. Again, for the benefit of residents and
I'll admit, I'd like to have more time of my own. I specifically repeatedly encourage Councilwoman Rudin to keep up her efforts related to spending in the budget because she does an excellent job of it. But we have to do it within reason. Tonight is an example. We had a lot of talking, but we didn't actually achieve anything. And that's the thing that I'm talking about. Now, I'm the first one to say that we up here need to keep in mind how to explain to residents as clearly and simply as possible so that we can all get on the same platform. But we have to do it within reason. And I do not owe anyone an apology for politely, respectfully, patiently, and repeatedly asking my colleagues to keep in mind that we need to run shorter meetings. Anybody who's watched any of the budget workshops or any of the previous council meetings know that I say this, but it is ignored. Now, I won't say ignored, but it is often not followed in the breach. And we get 6-7 hour council meetings. And I don't apologize for that. And I don't apologize for following Robert's Rules of Order to try to move the meeting along. Again, so that we get the people's work done as quickly and efficiently and clearly as possible. Thank you. Who else would like to speak?
Excuse me, Council President, I'm sorry, I forgot one more remark if my colleagues don't mind me.
No, go ahead.
Okay. So I just want to talk about the budget real quick because so tonight we had asked to have the budget presented tonight over the summer. And that couldn't happen. Obviously, our CFO isn't here this evening. So we were told that we wouldn't present it. It wouldn't be presented to September 30th. What I'm disappointed on is, yes, a letter came from the state. Procedurally, that happens every year. But what I'm disappointed on is, you know, we've cut a lot of money out of this budget. And our tax bill went from, our share of it went from $277 to, I believe, down to $51. I think that's great work.
30.
We're down to $34. And right now it hasn't affected programming, staffing, or the way we've been doing business. All it does affect is that, you know, department heads have to watch a little closer at their bottom lines in their budgets. So I think that's great work. It's been tedious. Believe me, it's been more on us and the staff. And I got to thank, you know, Mr. Smeraldo, Mr. Detiniak, our clerk's office. They've been here every step of the way. So it's been very tedious for them and the department heads that had to come back a couple times. But I think it was a great exercise. I've been elected official for 20 years. And I gotta be honest with you, we used to do this practice when I was on the school board many years ago. You know, I recommended to them that they should, you know, do this practice, but it's been long, it's been tedious, it's been stressful. But to say that we're not getting along, I think is an accurate statement and disappointing because, listen, I've had different opinions with all my colleagues throughout the process and at times, but you know, we went from $77 to $34. I think that's great work. And I think that is collaborating and working together. You know, we could all be proud of that. Thank you.
Thank you for saying that because I'm very proud of the work that we've done too. And many residents have been calling me and saying, thank you. I have never seen a council that has gone to bat for me before to get my taxes down. So I just want to say that I think there are a lot more residents who are very happy with the work that we have done. And I am very proud of it and proud of my colleagues. It's been tedious and difficult, but we're setting the stage for efficient government.
does that mean you want to speak? Or are you finished?
After,
Oh, okay, okay.
Okay, yes, I totally agree with what my colleague said. You may see some dissension. It is certainly not within the council sitting here. We have worked very nicely together. And we all take pride in the fact that we did this for the residents. We got a 6% increase in our taxes, and we brought it down to less than 1. It's just shy above 1, and we're still plugging away. So we did this because we have the fiduciary responsibility. And I also feel that, you know, we worked very nicely and we got this done together, and it did not hurt the township. In fact, if anything, it'll hurt us individually if it's not finished on the 30th, but we're going to do it. It's not going to hurt the township. We'll each get a $25 fine per day. So believe me, we're motivated to get it done. To my council colleague who said that we are not achieving anything, I want to take exemption from that. I believe that my comments in particular, that you are feeling the need to admonish, I feel that what I'm doing is also my job, which is to bring transparency. And it's maybe not the quickest process, just like our budget process, going line by line is not the quickest, but in the end, I feel that what I'm trying to do is bring transparency. And if I bring out the fact that, hey, we spent $1,700 this month on new furniture when we're all in a budget crunch, okay, so I brought it out. It's not to wag fingers, it's just to ask, what is this bill? What was it for? And residents should be aware of that. They don't see our bill list, they don't know all of the expenses, but little by little, it all adds up to a very big total that we, the taxpayers, and you, the residents, have to bear the burden of. So, you know, I'm sorry that I bring issues up that maybe I could deal with behind the scenes, but I have to tell you honestly that I am the only one who is told that I cannot speak directly to the department heads when I have a question. And I know that this same rule does not apply to my council colleagues. So when you tell me to speak and find out my information beforehand, I often don't get that information. So that is why I feel the necessity of bringing it up at council meetings, because I'm not getting the answers that I do request in advance. As far as there's so many good issues I really appreciate people brought up. 46 Mount Pleasant Avenue. Seriously, this is the new senior building. How horrendous is this that we put in a senior housing complex on a very busy street where we had a very usable library, and now people are coming here and telling us to please do something and begging us, the council, to do something because the police are not enforcing this? Why are the police not enforcing this? We have our BA here, we have our assistant BA. You two are the liaison, the direct liaison to the police. And I'd like to, when I'm done speaking, for you to respond. Why is this problem not being addressed right away? As far as the dispatch, we had 2 speakers bring up this issue of this fake news. Madam Mayor, you did promote this, and you did put your name out with this dispatch, which is a fake news entity. Are you saying that you didn't?
It had nothing to do with that.
Please, folks, let's not
Well,
talk about this.
I saw that you posted a dispatch, and you might have nothing to do with dispatch, but you are putting that out as news. And as the mayor of this town, I think you should take a more responsible stance in terms of disseminating news and not putting out what is clearly propaganda for the machine that has been running this township forever and ever. I think the fact that it was pointed out that the people who are involved with the dispatch are clearly working for Mr. Trank is simply just astonishing. And the fact that they got so busy right before the election, and that all of the people who have been long supporters of this administration are the people who are all members of this Dispatch Facebook page, you know, that is something that the public should know, and the public should be aware. The Dispatch is not real news. It has an agenda. And if you want real news, don't look there. And don't even click on it, because they're counting on you to clickbait on it and to get money from the person who is paying for this site. As far as West Essex Highlands, what our two speakers who brought this to our attention tonight said is that it is the developer who has violated this agreement, not the council. If we pass something tonight, the developer chose not to take the proper steps when they chose to move the building 50 feet closer to a steep slope. That endangers our residents, that endangers our surrounding municipalities. And there was a vehicle that was set up in the settlement to provide a means for addressing changes that the developer wanted to make. The developer chose not to make it, instead moved the building into the quote, general vicinity. That general vicinity puts our residents at risk. It's way too close. It's in fact on steep slope. So an exemption to grant this developer who has violated the settlement with them permission to just walk away from all of the environmental regulations that protect us is ridiculous. And we need to reverse that. And I hope that tonight we will have a discussion about that and not be afraid of threats of legal action, because we are not in the wrong. We are in the right when we say that they violated the agreement, and we have to do what we can to protect our residents. I think I just about, as far as affordable housing, I can't urge the public more strongly that this Wednesday night, you must come to this council chambers at 6:30 and speak out against this disastrous affordable housing plan. Yes, we need to have affordable housing. We should have contested the numbers, as my council colleague said. And I'm sorry that we didn't at that time. And maybe possibly there are some things that we can still do, but we need to speak out before the planning board and say that this is not an acceptable plan for West Orange. We are putting 1,217 new apartments just on Pleasant Valley Way within less than a half a mile stretch. This is insane. How are people going to drive along Pleasant Valley Way? We're talking about high density projects that are completely in violation of all of our environmental regulations. I urge the public to come to this chamber on Wednesday night at 6:30 and see this plan. It is a plan that the mayor has promoted. I'm really not sure why. And I would love to understand why this plan, which will crowd our schools, overwhelm our infrastructure, increase flood risks, is the best that we can do. I truly believe that with community input, we can do better. We don't have to build 6,000 or more units to get the paltry number of, well, it's not paltry, the amount of affordable housing that we have to provide. So with that said, I just wanted to close with saying, please come to the council chambers on Wednesday night, and please read the affordable plan, and you will see that each section of it says, a developer came to us and they proposed this, so we're going with this. That's not the way you do development in a town. You hire a planner, you negotiate with planners, you think about what's in the best interest of our residents. And you think about the fact that we are here because we all wanted a suburban lifestyle. We didn't choose to live in an urban densely crowded community. And that's where we are going with this plan on the table. That concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Scarpa.
Okay, I'll try to be brief, but I basically agree with most of what's been said here. Jackie, thank you so much for coming out again. I really appreciate your comments because I ran for this office on fiscal accountability and smart redevelopment. And that's why we've worked so hard for 7, 8, 9 meetings and will continue to, and we will meet our deadlines. The only reason that, our budget is late, and we've passed budgets in July for many years because we get it so late. If we didn't get the budget so late and we got it in February like the county does and most responsible municipalities do, we wouldn't even be thinking about any of these, fees and stuff. But I want to thank you for acknowledging our efforts, and I love your statement, suing me with my own money. I mean, I can't tell you how many residents feel the same way. And I hear from a lot of them. So thank you, and please keep coming out and letting us know how you feel. Pastor Adams, I want you to know that our council has never been more united in our goals. And we have similar goals, and we respect one another, and we speak to each other all the time. One of the reasons I ran for this position too, because unlike in business, many councils in the past have not listened to viewpoints that were different from their own. And I think the most important thing a council member could do is listen to viewpoints that are different from their own, internalize them, synthesize them, show empathy to the person who is giving you a comment that you really completely disagree with. And we do that. We do that. And we all work hard, and I think our relationships get stronger every day. So we have never been more united. Our budget was late. To answer your question, we are going to get it done on time. We are committed to doing that. And I think we are getting a lot done. I know all of the residents who call me and say, thank you for getting that budget under control. Because I'm a former business person. And it's not just we're getting it to zero so that the residents don't have a municipal increase. It's about the way we do business. It's about running our township efficiently. And as Councilwoman Castellino said, there's been no major impact. We have to really learn how to be good business people because we are a business, whether we want to admit it or not. We have a business of managing your money, your tax dollars. So thank you. And I hope you appreciate as we move forward. You'll see a lot of good things happening. Jackie, I'm going to let our administration talk about the enforcement of the speeding. I know many residents are concerned about that. And to Joe Panulo and Herb Wallman, I can't comment too much. I'm on the planning board, but I so appreciate all of your efforts. And every time you come here and continue to educate us about matters that we may or may not be completely aware of, it just makes us all stronger. And I really can't say how much I appreciate it. The affordable housing, I have to say, I agree with everything Councilwoman Castellino has said. If we had a town planner, we would not be in this position. A town planner would go out and find businesses that we want to be here. They would find developers who we want to be here. I've spoken to developers and said one of the things we need here on one of the sites is over 55 housing. One of our sites looks like a beautiful site for over 55 housing that my sister lives in down in South Jersey. It's got the clubhouse. It could be a beautiful, beautiful site, and our seniors need housing. But, developers tend to put plans together, where they make the most money, and they want to put as many apartments all over the place. And that's not why most of the residents that come to me say they want to live here. They moved into a beautiful suburban town with gently rolling hills and mature trees, and they want our town to maintain that aesthetic. And I hope that we can do everything we can to keep it as beautiful as it is right now. And I think with that, I'll just finish.
Sounds good.
Council President, now may I just make a point? A couple of points that were just made to clarify, please.
Please.
One about Ms. Parisi talking about Mount Pleasant Avenue. Yes, of course, we will make notes. Mr. Smeraldo already did that. We will have the stat tracker there and anything else that we can do for enforcement for 46 Mount Pleasant Avenue. The conversation I know that you want to have about the exemption that, for the steep slope ordinance. The time of decision was when we went through mediation with West Essex Highlands. The steep slope ordinance that we have was put in place. I initiated it in 2021. So the time of decision was prior to what our steep slope ordinance was adopted. So any discussion or any exemption will definitely be a breach of that 3-year settlement agreement. I heard otherwise, but that would definitely be a breach. And about the affordable housing. Yes, of course, we would all like to see that. We know that that's not the position we can take. There was a comment made that developers are telling us the numbers that they want. That's not how the plan reads. The plan is talking about density at all of the privately owned land, and it happens to be on Pleasant Valley Way. But the meetings that we have had took into consideration comments that the council did make. So we did collaborate and scattered them all over town. So yes, they are on Pleasant Valley Way, but if you look at the plan, they are in every section of town. And the affordable housing, we did not challenge the number because we were told not to. We were advised not to. We have 5 golf courses in town. Our numbers look so astronomically high because we have 5 golf courses in town, and golf courses are all zoned R1. So all of that is listed in our plan as potential development. So that's why our numbers look so high, because it is potential development, which is exactly what we saw in Rock Spring, which is why we put it in Green Acres, to preserve what we could, to avoid the development that was up there. And the letter was not directed to Councilwoman Rudin. The letter went to all employees and to all council members, and a drive was set up for the council to submit all of their questions so that the directors can in fact answer all of your questions, which I believe they have been doing an outstanding job. I know I was at a meeting here this afternoon, and 2:30 or 3 o'clock this afternoon, questions were still being asked. And that's really difficult at that time, a couple of hours before a council meeting. So the drive is there to enter all of your questions. Everyone. Thank you.
So after my soliloquy, talking about we need to move the meeting along, I feel pretty silly bringing this up, but I do want to end this, but I wanted to clarify so that everybody knows that it is likely that we as a council will not meet the September 30th deadline for adopting the budget. I've had conversations with the chief financial officer, and I think the rest of the council has too. We've talked about it at the budget meetings, but because of the requirements of the state reviewing our budget, they need time to review the budget, and also because we need to make an amendment because of a lot of the reductions in the budget that we've done very recently, that it's likely that we will adopt the budget in early October. So again, we're working hard to try to get it done. And I'm not going to go into the details right now, but I didn't want anyone to leave with the idea that it was likely that we're going to adopt the budget on September 30th at that council meeting. Anyway, if
I just want to remind you, the public hearing will be held on September 30th, though.
you're right, thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind you.
So the public hearing is when the public can come and take a look at the budget, and we should have an updated budget available within the next several days. And you can review that and make your comments, and then we can see if we can incorporate any of them as well going forward. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
Could we perhaps take a 5-minute break at this point and restart at 9:51, please? Thank you, everybody.
Hey, good evening, West Orange, and thank you for your patience. We are at the West Orange Township Council meeting for September 8th, 2025, and we are just returning from a short break. At this time, I'd like to turn the meeting over to our council president.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. We are back to resolutions. We have 3 more to get through, and then move on to the rest of the agenda. The first resolution is 172-25. It's a resolution authorizing a professional services contract with Diana McGovern Esquire of Getchione Pomaco PC for the position of planning board attorney at a rate specified in the agreement.
Councilwoman Rudin pulled that.
Councilwoman Rudin.
Yes, it says in here that Ms. McGovern was paid $3,853.82 for non-escrow and 7,000 some odd for escrow. And there is a not to exceed clause in this contract of, what was it? $50,000. So I'd like to understand how, does this include escrow and non-escrow amounts, the not to exceed a clause?
Yes, that's what it was set up to be, because as you remember, this was set up the same way with the other, the zoning board attorney. And last meeting, we also established to resolution the amount of money that was going to be paid out through the fees for the paid for escrow. So from my understanding is that this is what it was set up to be similar to Mr. Warner's contract, which was approved. And so whatever the numbers are here is exactly what's supposed to be set up in accordance with the other resolution that was passed last month.
Okay, so given the fact that only about $11,000 has been spent, and the request is for a not to exceed for 50,000, I would like to make an amendment to lower that amount to cover what her fee will be, which is an additional $3,200 for her non-escrow work, and to put a cap on the escrow amount in here.
I'm sorry, did you make a motion?
No, I'm not making a motion.
Okay.
I'm just having a discussion.
Okay, thank you. You still have the floor? Did you want to follow up or
No,
you're done?
I think Councilwoman
Okay,
Castellino
Councilwoman
wants to say
Castellino.
something.
So I just want to be, are you sure that's all she made this year? Because I know we held back because of the back and forth with the language in writing the contract all year. Is she paid up to date? Is that what she is?
I don't
She all
believe.
paid up to date?
I
Because
don't
that's only
believe
says
that-
through June 9th.
Right.
Please let her.
So I would think there's more monies due because we were going back and forth. I just don't want to limit that, and then it has, and then, we actually paid her more. So that's like, and then the CFO unfortunately isn't here right now. Do you know, Mr. Smaralda?
I don't know what the number is, but this is, as you pointed out, that's June 9th. I don't know what the exact bills are at this point, what has
Yeah,
been
we
paid.
We held stuff.
The issue was, the last time when we were here, the issue was more or less, wasn't so much the contract with the amounts, and that, other questions arise since then, but was more so what was the role of Ms. McGovern, and that was she actually doing the work of administering the website, which we determined, and I had this conversation with the council president, that that's the responsibility of the administration, the planning department, and that the rest of this with the escrows and things of that nature was similar to the past reso that was, the reso was passed last time for the zoning board attorney. So as to what she's paid, I can't tell you that. I don't have that number in front of me. I wish Mr. Detiniak was here. I can't opine on that, but I know I'm pretty sure it's much more than what this figure is of June 9th. I'd be confident that.
Yeah, so Council President, let me explain too. that this is as of June. And we have had at least 2 special meetings since each month since June, and even in June. So besides a regular monthly meeting, typically the first Wednesday of every month, there have also been special meetings moving forward.
Certainly, we all know.
So,
And there,
so
and there's
so
certainly,
this is not up to date.
and there's certainly plenty more being planned.
And there's invoices on tonight's bill list for them,
Oh.
for Diana and for the firm.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you want to change?
I would like to reduce this amount. I know that there has been, I don't understand why this is being billed through Gaccioni and also through Ms. McGovern. I find that very confusing, and
So why don't we find out?
why are we doing that?
I have an answer for that. So from Mr. Detiniak told me this afternoon that Ms. McGovern actually worked with a previous firm before joining the Gaccione firm, and that next year, this will all be done under the umbrella of the firm and where she works and who it represents. It was apparently this was meshed in, and so this was kept separate. As you well know through our budget hearings, Mr. Detiniak has a lot of work of melding accounts together, and this will be one of those. So when we move forward next year, it will be if this is in fact awarded this particular law firm, it will be under the umbrella of the name of the law firm.
So what you're saying is that even the Gaccione bill was for Ms. McGovern's work?
Correct.
Okay.
That was what was explained to me.
Okay.
So.
Okay. So perhaps one of the issues is that we don't have up-to-date numbers yet, which would allow us to.
Then we need to pass this when we do have the up-to-date numbers. But what I'm concerned about is a runaway amount, just going up to $50,000 when clearly this was always a very small job. This used to be 3,500, and now both of these planning board attorneys are making a lot more than that.
Well, it was a very
Yes.
small
Yes, it
job
was.
when it was a very small job and when we didn't have 82 planning board meetings a year. So, I've been told a million times not to exaggerate, but,
Safety.
We've had.
Please, wait, just one at a time. Mr. Smiraldo has the floor. Please, go ahead.
So to say that it's just a minimal job, Ms. McGovern is producing a lot of work. She responds ASAP to the request of the planning director. And the workload, especially with the West Essex Highlands, in this year, I believe there's been 20 meetings total. I don't know what the exact number is for this year, but it's definitely more than a dozen. And the other special meetings that they have had. So this isn't an average year for the planning board.
Yeah, I'm sure the data speaks for itself. But now, Councilwoman Rudin.
Well, considering that we got this resolution, it's dated September 8th, and that it's giving us information from June 9th, something should have been updated so that we have the actual figures. This is not the way that we should be doing business. So would you like to take this back and give us the accurate numbers for our next meeting?
I don't want to take this back because we keep passing this along. If you choose to send it back, we will address it.
Well, then my only recourse is to take a guesstimate and cut this.
No,
Because
it's your prerogative.
okay, then
I'm going to state for the record, it is unfair that this council has requested the administration to produce these rezos so that there was equity with the payment between a male attorney and a female attorney. That's not my statements, that's the statements here, because it's unfair that she was not getting the amount of money that was being paid to another attorney. We changed that, we fixed it, and yet this is the fourth time, I believe it's the fourth time that this reso has been presented since June to get passed. If you choose to not pass it or table it, that's the prerogative of the council. We are here to provide this forward, and if you don't want to pass it, that's up to you.
first,
Please. go ahead.
President. First of all, it took several renditions to get this corrected. And the problem was not that we are holding this up, but that Mr. Warner was charging $195 per hour. And that was the problem.
Right.
And this was not quickly or easily corrected. So now that we're getting this, we're still getting this with mistakes. We're not trying to be obstructionist to her contract. But in all fairness, Ms. McGovern has had some questionable legal decisions, including barring my colleague from participating in planning board meetings when she was on Zoom and not able to attend. And she has raised some questions. So my request would be to lower this. I do not think $50,000 is necessary for the rest of the year. If it was from June and we're prorating this, and even if you doubled it, that she's made $15,000 in escrow, she would have made another $1,000 in her non-escrow. This should be lowered to $30,000. And that is the only way that I would agree on that. Yeah.
So I'd like to respond. You say this is incorrect, and yet you passed Mr. Warner's contract last month without those same problems. That's number one. Number two, this is, we're continuing to perpetuate this in here. You have a problem with Ms. McGovern from banning Ms. Scarpa. She never banned Ms. Scarpa. What she did was, she did not know that was, I spoke to Ms. McGovern about it. She did not know. We made by the next meeting a reasonable attempt to bring her in with the screens. As judged by here, we also heard from other residents how we have problems with the American Disabilities Act. We have ordered new earpieces. We have set up this screen here so that people can now see with closed caption. So to say that she was banned is a strong word, maybe not accommodated for that meeting, but Ms. McGovern was not made aware of it that night. And we made the reasonable accommodation by the very next meeting.
That is not, that is not.
Wait, he has the floor.
That-
Please,
That's-
please.
And that is.
Everybody, wait a minute. Everybody, we have to have one person speaking at a time. If you want to speak, what do? You raise your hand and wait to be recognized. We can't keep doing this. All right? We sound like a bunch of fourth graders, okay? One person has the floor. If you want to talk, raise your hand and be recognized. Mr. Smirla, please
I'm
continue.
done.
Sorry about that.
Council President, I'm done. I don't need to have the last word. You guys can move forward, whatever you want to do. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Ms. Councilwoman Rudin, I'm sorry. Did you want to respond at this point?
No, I don't need to go back and forth. The facts are the facts.
Okay, good. Mayor,
Making a comment like that, the facts are the facts, because Councilwoman Scarpa can actually say at the planning board meeting that they were notified at that meeting that you're not able to attend. So if you don't want dissension among the council, then I think colleagues have to start just making these general statements as if they're fact. Because as soon as it was brought to Mrs. McGovern's attention, this is what was produced. She was not notified that you're not able to attend.
Councilwoman Scarpa, you had your hand.
No, I don't have anything to say. I was telling you that Mayor McCartney wanted to speak.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Castellino.
So the comment about the zoning board attorney's contract, that what was the, it was also 50,000 threshold?
No, not to accept.
I believe it was set up similarly. I don't have it in front of me. I could look it up, but I believe it was set up, they were set up identical from what I was being told from the legal department. That's what I was advised.
And my recommendation, if we passed it for the zoning attorney and the planning board attorney had, I hear you. I have no problem going to 40, other than the fact 30, I think, is too low, because we don't know what the rest of the year is going to bring. And if they don't have the meetings, you don't pay them anyway. So it's not like they're getting paid for work they're not doing. I just think you need to keep it even with the other attorney. So if we gave the other attorney a contract with 50, then I think we need to keep it there. Otherwise you're asking for a problem.
Is anybody looking to see what,
Yes.
the zoning board?
Yeah.
Karen Carneville has it right here.
Oh.
I have the resolution, but I don't have the agreement. It was 298.
What's in?
I'm sorry.
It's in the evening. Look at the second.
Yeah.
171, 25.
25 is the.
Which number do you, I have 171, 25.
189, 25, August 12th. I have the resolution.
On that page. That's where this one is,
Okay.
and maybe.
But that's what I'm saying. I have the resolution, but I don't have the agreement on this.
No,
particular-
well, it's on the resolution.
Oh.
That amendment, yeah, look at the resolution.
Go to the next page.
Yes, on page 2, it is not to exceed 50,000 for the calendar year 2025 under section 4.
Okay, so we've clarified that the zoning board attorneys agreement, contractual agreement, and the resolution say that the not to exceed is $50,000.
Correct. That's on page 2, section 4 of the agreement of resolution 17125.
Okay. So, Councilwoman Rudin, does that change your mind at all about how you want to
If
proceed?
that is the amount that he was capped at, then yes.
Okay. Is there any further discussion?
Nah.
I would like to say that I have been involved in trying to get some situations clarified and improved relating to the planning board, and I have found Ms. McGovern and the administration to be very helpful in doing that. And all of my objections to addressing this contract have been removed for the benefit of transparency and especially on the special meetings that have involved the West Essex Highlands application. So I just wanted to recognize that before we move forward. Is there any other discussion? Okay.
I just have one question. Is this RFQ put up at the end of the year as all of the other RFQs are?
Yes.
Okay.
Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve 17225.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Resolution 200-25, I believe Councilwoman Scarpa pulled this. It's a resolution authorizing towing licenses for the time period from October 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2028 to 3 different towing firms. Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yeah, I'd like to see these bid annually so they can be bid more competitively.
They're not bids.
They're not. Can we, then I'd like to see that it be for a period of 1 year and then we can renew it at the next year if we,
So I just want to, I had spoken to Paula earlier just to get some clarification as to whether it was a 1 year or a 3 year. She said it's always a 3 year. And I said, and she thinks that the ordinance reads 3 years. So I didn't look at that, but she said the towing is exempt from bidding. That's why it's applications.
okay. I'd like to then table it and see if the ordinance actually does say that because I really would like to see these 1 year if possible.
So, Councilman, I don't believe that's the ordinance. I believe that's local public contracting law for the services. I believe that's what it is. Just so you know that this actually increased by 33%. We used to only have 2 towers. We now have a 3rd being added here. So, I'm just, just for the point of the discussion for here tonight. So I believe the 3rd bid or Jacko towing was the one that was added.
So it was bid.
It was, I'm sorry.
So it was bid at, it was.
It
bid.
was, or it was submitted. I guess, I think I believe she sought proposals. That's what I.
I like to understand the process and I would like to see this done annually. I don't think, I think it's ridiculous to do 3 years.
I will get you an explanation of it. I'm just letting you know, I think under local public contracting laws, we're doing this the 3 years. That's the way it's based. But I will get you the specific answer that you're
Okay,
asking.
so we could table it then. I'd like to make a motion to table it.
But this is just so you understand, it's also for the ease for the police too, because in the police world, this is what we would call it for tow trucks. They say, who's the tow of the week? Because these companies are, out there all the time working and so they have other municipalities to serve. So this is a common practice amongst many towns where we have multiple providers so they could rotate, so they can provide other places. Because it's just been that way. We used to always have 3. I think maybe at one time we may have had 4, but typically it's about 3. So just to give you.
Are these the 3 that we typically use or have
First
we
two
had other
definitely-
ones?
So we used, there was a third one who stopped, I believe,
Select.
Select to stop doing it
Yeah, they
altogether.
stopped.
And now we were able to get back a third vendor to provide this. So-
Okay.
So we can give you the information.
Yeah, I just
If you
want to
table it,
understand.
table
Uh,
I'd like to
but
table it
before
just
you
till we
do
get the
that,
information.
It is
Okay.
done by ordinance.
Is done by ordinance?
Yes, it is. 5-32 in our code.
Oh, so in that case,
Okay, so
let's vote on it
That's an
then.
answer that I didn't know. I know that there's
Wait,
public
wait, just-
contracting laws, but.
Wanna hear what the ordinance
Okay.
See the ordinance?
Again, I just said it 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Would you please not talk until you're recognized by the chair? I don't know how to say it any more clearly. Please raise your hand, be recognized before you speak. If it helps, put your hand over your mouth. This is just crazy. This is crazy. We have got to stop doing this. Because on top of everything else, it drags on the meeting.
Do I have-
Please.
You guys-
I don't even remember who
I
had the
have the
floor.
floor.
So
I
I'm just
have
gonna
the
jump in here and say that Councilwoman Scarpa made a motion to table this. Now, you can,
I'm going to rescind it because I want to hear what the ordinance says. Thank you for jumping in.
okay. So does anybody have access to the actual ordinance?
Yeah, I have it right here.
Okay.
I'm trying to get to
Maybe you
the,
could just
okay,
read
so,
it.
in 5-32.5, issuance of license and term, it says, hold on a minute. All licenses shall be for a 3-year period to expire on June 30th.
Can somebody tell me why we have that in our ordinance? It doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but maybe there's a reason.
Okay. I have to step in here again.
Oh,
This is all very informative, but it does not get the business of the people done. We just read the ordinance. It says 3 years. We're not going to change the ordinance tonight. Let's either vote to table or vote to approve or vote to get it down. But we can't be using council meetings to explore ordinances and all of this other stuff. We need to get this done before the meeting. If we can't get it done for the meeting, then either be quiet or move to the next meeting. We've got to push this stuff along. So there's a motion that was rescinded. Mayor, this is nothing personal. I'm not going to recognize you. We need to have a motion to decide something. Councilwoman Scarpa, you're the one that brought this up, so.
I just
if you
feel
want
like
to-
I can't make a good decision unless I understand all the facts. So I'd like to hear what Madam Clerk
well,
has to say.
may
if
I?
if that's.
The fact is, the ordinance says 3-year terms. There's nothing else to discuss tonight. There isn't.
I haven't read the whole thing, though. Maybe there's other paragraphs that indicate something. No?
not as far as.
Again, we cannot be talking about this and about you talking about reading the rest of the ordinance in the middle of a meeting.
Okay, then
Am I crazy?
Is it a problem to table it? Do we need this done right away?
Well, we
I
don't know
just-
how it will affect the police, sorry.
Oh, no, okay, then we'll just go.
Mr. Smeraldo.
So just to add to the conversation, Council President, this is for a period between October 1st, 2025 through June 30th. Our next meeting is a June 30th meeting in which we also have to discuss the budget. So I'm just letting you know that this is
We'll just move.
June?
October 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2028.
Okay, It's
That's
not,
what the.
let's just move forward then.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion to approve resolution
200.
2200-25. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Is there any further discussion?
I just have one
Yes.
small thing. to say.
No, it's okay.
This was the 3-year term was implemented in 2006.
Okay.
So it's been quite a while.
I'll
Yeah.
take a look at it
Okay.
on my own time.
Is there any further discussion? Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. We are now on the third and I think final resolution. It's resolution 206-25, resolution authorizing professional service agreement with Nishuane Group LLC for land use services consultant to the planning and zoning boards for the remainder of 2025 in an amount not to exceed $75,000. I think,
Me.
yes. Councilwoman Castellino.
Thank you, Council President. So, okay, so let me, couple things here. So this was the vendor that the council did not approve. Planning board did. And I want to get into the whole back and forth with wanting a full-time planner.
Thank you.
But here's my problem with this. This ask, I thought was just for West Essex Highlands to get through the last couple of meetings. But it's also is an ask for the zoning board, which I'm a little confused with, so I need administration to explain that. And again, my disappointment with the vendor, with the whole affordable housing and not pushing through to make an argument. I know, Mary, you mentioned 5 golf courses. I was in the meeting with one of the members of the firm that directly said that state was counting in acreage from and making errors. And I felt Rock Spring wasn't included with that we were gonna green acres it. We could afford that number. We preserved 96 acres of Crestmont Country Club. So there was some other variables that they could have recommended. So I don't blame you for your decision. I'm just stating mine, why I was a no. Anyway, regardless of that, I am interested to see what the plans are for the zoning board. Why they're coupled in here. I thought this was just like 4 more meetings for West Essex Highlands. And I see the not to exceed clause is 75,000 on this ask. So if the administration could explain why 75,000 and why the zoning board.
So as I stated earlier, the zoning board and planning board have a right to, because they're an autonomous board, to hire their own professionals. Both boards chose to hire Nishuane. So this was in the original packet that we sent out. The 75,000 we feel, based on the information from both boards, the recommendation from both boards, is about the amount that they anticipate the fees that they're going to be charging for the services provided from now until the end of the year. This was based on their experience, not ours. We relied on them. And they told us that this is what they feel they need. And that a majority of this will be through escrow. So it will not be at the cost of taxpayers. It doesn't come out of our budget. I know we're being very budget conscious right now, but this is going to be provided through the applicants, not through the township. That's what the way it was explained to me. And this had nothing to do with the affordable housing plan at that time, because the affordable housing plan, as we know, this group wasn't hired by the affordable housing plan. So they did not craft, help develop, or have any input on the plan that's going to be presented on Wednesday night.
But this does say it's for the affordable housing plan.
No.
Somewhere in here.
It says right.
It says right
Yeah.
in there. Yeah.
Where's that?
It does.
In the
scope of
resolution.
work
In the resolution.
I emailed about this afternoon. I know everybody's crazed on council meeting day, but it actually
it actually specifically says that it helps to further the affordable housing application.
This is definitely not the affordable housing plan. I would suggest that maybe we can make an amendment and take that language out. If Mr. Burke says that's fine,
Yeah, here it is.
and if that was a.
Second page. 5.
I have one other
Just
question.
hold on.
Well, that's part of the, I'm sorry, are you looking, Mr. Burke just pointed out to me,
Right.
Council President, is this the line where it's about the inclusionary with the West Essex housing? Is that the one you're talking about, the affordable
Right.
housing? That's about with the project itself?
Yeah, there's actually a separate, document, and I can't remember now, and I'm having trouble finding the document that actually references affordable housing. It was in the title on the, agenda, but that got fixed. It talked about affordable housing
Yes.
in the agenda title, but that got fixed. And then there was another spot that also mentioned affordable housing, and
Second page of the resolution.
Right.
I think the 5th whereas down.
yes, it's the only whereas that's not bolded.
Yep.
So it's very strange.
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
Very
Okay.
strange.
It was
I bel-
revised.
I believe that the director had spoken earlier today about that and I think that was supposed to be corrected. I apologize, it wasn't taken care of, but that is definitely something that should be removed and.
No. Should not be removed because this is related to West Essex Highlands. So that's part of the plans that were, sorry. No, I did not raise my hand. I'm sorry. This should not be deleted.
Accuse.
Appropriating additional funds to Nishway Group will allow the planning board to proceed with land use applications in progress, specifically PB 2401 related to West Essex Highlands, an inclusionary affordable housing project. So that's where it's mentioned as affordable housing, but that's part of the West Essex Highlands application. It's not above and beyond.
Right.
And the title was incorrect and that was changed.
Right.
That's the only other
Okay.
mention of affordable housing.
And I can't remember who raised their hand. I think, was it one of you?
I'm not done.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Okay, so that answers those questions, because I had asked, and I apologized to administration that I asked yesterday about the invoices, but I appreciate administration getting me the invoices right away this first thing this morning. Had a chance to review them. And it appears for each meeting. And prep for the meetings, it's over $1,100 per meeting that they need. So I didn't, also had, again, it was questioning 75,000. And I always, feel that is a little pricey. It bewilders me how and I guess it's the law, obviously, but the boards are separate from us and they could appoint their own planner, but yet we have to approve it. It just drives me crazy. And then we're expected to have to pay it. I have trouble with this, Mayor. You know all my reasons why. I don't want to get into it too much, but I think 75,000 is steep for the not to exceed clause. So I definitely have problems with that and the tie resolution. So those are my comments. Thank you, Council President.
Okay. So I just went through the numbers, and then subsequent to going through the numbers, I got an update from Ms. Gary Adams, who's the planning head. And I just want to throw these numbers out so that we can get some context. So the total expenditures that were presented in the response to my initial question totaled for both zoning board and planning board $44,000 and change. So I thought that was for 8 months, which gave a run rate that indicated a planned expenditure of $66,000. But then Ms. Gary Adams came back and said that it wasn't an 8-month total, it was a 7-month total. So if you work that back, then you get, lo and behold, a run rate of $78,820.71, which surprised me, but I just want to point that out, that even though we don't like that number, that's what it indicates from Ms. Gary Adams' data. So what we have is a projected run rate, if we use the number she gave us, that totals $75,000 and more, a little bit more. And she says that there are a great deal of deal flow that's sitting there waiting to come out on both the planning board and the zoning board. So I just want to throw those out in case it changes people's minds about what they want to do with this. I'm not a fan of Nishuane, but I'm not on the planning board or the zoning board, so I didn't get to pick them. But the numbers seem to work out to 75 grand as a reasonable not to exceed. So I just want to throw that out. Councilwoman.
Yeah, can we get a more clearly defined scope of work? Because it seems like they're doing a lot of these different things at very high rates.
What's the rate?
The scope of work is put out by the boards. And
Says
the
here.
boards are the ones who decide what they need. We don't, because they're autonomous, we have no say in what they do. That's basically, we're going by, even these numbers here, were provided by, the director through both boards, and I can't really give you much more of an answer to that.
But go ahead, Councilwoman Root.
Well, these rates that they're setting are 250 an hour or 200 an hour. So they are quite high. And, just for the record, they have issued 2 reports for the zoning board very late. They caused an applicant to request an adjournment last month. And we're paying this amount of money for late reports that zoning boards can't even use.
I can't speak to that, Councilwoman. I don't get intimately involved with the zoning board. That's a question I'd have to ask the director. But if that's the case, we can ask them about it, but I can't provide you an answer tonight.
And that, of course, is a good question. I want to ask what I think is a good question, which is that the total for Nishuane's payments, if it's through the end of July, was $44,000 and change. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's more than our threshold, right?
Yes.
44 is the threshold.
Yeah, 44 is the threshold. Right?
So this is at the end of July. But we just found out about this, we meaning the council, found out about it, at least I did, last Saturday.
But this was put up because at the time we didn't have all the bills, and so this is to address the concern that we were advised about. So that's why we're putting this up, because we know that we have to come to the council to approve anything above the threshold. So that is the ask tonight, based on the reaction to what the bills were that we had. So
Okay.
or the anticipated bills, and so that's what we did.
So essentially what we are looking at right now is that Nishuane desperately needs to expand its not to exceed so that it can get paid and so we can get them to do the work, right?
I would twist it. No, it's what the Township of West Orange need, the planning and zoning board needs in order to keep the work going with Nishuane. That would be the only difference that you and I would have a disagreement on.
And I'm not criticizing anybody about this, but we do need to keep closer look at, keep a closer eye on this. Somebody has to. I don't know if it's the attorneys for the boards or the chairs or Mr. Detiniak or somebody has to keep an eye on this.
And Council President, just to answer the question, Councilwoman Rudin, is that we don't tell and I know this is a concern of hers that she's mentioned in the past. When we solicit these bids, they provide us their fees. We don't set them. I think that's something that Mr. Detiniak had addressed, that maybe we will advertise that way in the future. But that's something we have to look at. So it's not that we haven't listened to you or have heard that. So we would have to look at that. And I would also suggest that next year with, if in fact, I don't know, I can't run off a crystal ball, if in fact some of these larger applications are completed, that there will probably be less meetings and less work for this particular group. But I can't predict that right now.
Right, particularly because the affordable housing plan has
Right, so it could be greater, it could be less, I don't know what.
loading
what
the
we-
cannon.
So
Affordable housing plan.
they're not involved with affordable housing, but
No,
yeah, yeah.
I understand. I just was suggesting that
Yeah.
perhaps the planning and
Yeah,
zoning.
unless those plans that you're speaking about come to the board for an application.
Yes,
They will.
exactly. That's the point I was
Yeah.
making.
And they will.
Councilwoman.
Yeah.
What, a question for the attorney. What happens if this resolution fails this evening?
Does it have a planning or zoning?
I don't know if there's any pending issues before the board that this impacts, so I can't really comment on that. I think it's been said a few times that we can't really pick who they pick or what their rates are or anything like that. You can decide how much you appropriate for their attorneys and professionals, but you can't really go into any more detail than that. So that would be the guidance that I would give you. If depending on what your reasoning is for voting it down, I would just be careful because outside of saying, hey, in the budget this year, we're going to appropriate X amount of money for the board to hire their professionals, we can't really go into any more detail than that and what they're doing and who they're picking.
Councilman Castellino, are you good?
Yeah, I'm gonna make a recommendation.
Okay, Mayor?
I think goes back to what Councilwoman Castellino said before and what Mr. Burke is saying, that the pending issue is basically the applications that are lined up, as far as I know, with the planning board. I don't sit on zoning. And West Essex Highlands. We have had 18 meetings so far with West Essex Highlands that Nishuane has covered. So to not let them complete this application, I can't imagine not having another planner having to review the transcripts or the videos for 18 meetings.
Yes, indeed.
Can we
Council-
approve them for what the West Essex Highlands project only?
No, because they're involved in other things. Again, it's an autonomous board.
If in the future we appropriate less money, would they have to find a group that
that's what was
works at
just
more
saying.
Wait,
affordable?
wait, please.
I'm thinking long-term, as we move forward next year. If we appropriate less money, wouldn't they have to find a firm that has more affordable rates?
Oh, that's what Mr. Smeraldo was just saying.
'Cause I
That
think
when
we
we
need
send
to
out
do
the
that.
request for,
Guys,
I'm going to finish speaking.
Yeah.
Can I? Okay.
Mhm.
When we sent out the request for proposals, this is what came back. If we want to modify our requests when we send out the proposals to put different amounts in there, that would go along with what you're saying. That's
I
not
think-
where we are right now.
Yeah, I think we need to do that.
That's not where we are right now.
Please raise your hand to be recognized when you want to speak. So, I think Councilwoman Castellino, you're
Yeah,
back.
I guess I have a problem with this, well, for other reasons, but we just going back to that when we put out a proposal, when we put out the proposal and we secured this firm, it was an economic developer with planning licensing, which very limited the pool. So did the planning board or zoning board put out their own request for proposal separate from what we did? And how did they get them to hire them? Because what we put out was for economic development.
Right, the scope of work is
With the scope, so it was a very, very narrow, limited pool of applicants. In fact, they were the only ones that responded.
You were.
So I want to ask that question.
Yes.
And
Council
Mayor,
President, Mayor,
please.
So when the council did not approve, if you recall the planner that we had, Paul Greigel, when you did not approve, we put out requests for proposals for a planner. They happened to be 4 professional planners in this firm that showed up for us to interview, plus an economic development. So it was all one package. So that's how we got a new planner. this planning firm.
Well, because the economic development component
Was
was
part
in
of
with the
But-
planning.
Right up there.
And to add to Council.
Mr. Smurl.
So what we did put out for the townships with these planners and stuff, the board, and when they reorganize, they appoint. They're the ones who we have no say. So when they do the reorg, they nominate their chair and any of the new members and things of that nature. At least that's my experience with the planning board. And I'm sure it's pretty similar to the zoning board. And then they decide, then they name their engineers, they name their planners, and they name so on and so forth, whoever they think they feel is necessary for them. So that's what they do. And then they let us know.
So,
So. Done.
Okay.
Finished.
Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Mr. Burke, so the boards do not have to put out requests for proposals for their professionals. They could just hire whoever they want
At any rate.
at any.
I have no idea what the procedure is
Can
for
you find
hiring
out for
someone.
us?
We can't just tell them who to hire. We can't tell them who their rates should be. We can't tell them who to hire. As long as it's not the municipal attorney, they can hire anybody they want.
So Mr. Burke, so just to go, to answer my question, so say we had picked a different planner. Or we have an in-house, say a Miracle House.
There's a case that I was just.
In-house planner, that's.
Save us a lot of money.
Are they, do they use the in-house planner or do they use whoever they want?
They have to be able to choose who they want. There's a case that I was just reading about a town trying to tell them, we have an engineer, use the engineer, and they weren't allowed to do that.
You could email me. I'm just curious to
Yeah,
see if they
I'd
have
like
to
to
put a
see it too.
request for proposal for their, for their planner.
So,
That's all.
so Council President,
You
I
could let
think
me
to
know.
help move this along. I promise you all that we are going to change our processes because Mr. Titiniak said so. I promise you that we will look into what's the best course of action. But for tonight, we need to either approve or not approve Nishawayne for the remainder of the year. That's the crux of this reso. It's not the process we did to get to this point. It's, are we passing this or are we not passing it? That's what we really need to do. And, you know, as I mentioned to both council persons over here, we're going to look at establishing fees and structures, not only just for this particular professional, but for others. And so we will look into explore it. That was Mr. Titiniak's line and promise. So we have our work cut out for us and we will do that. And in the fall, we will be advertising again, once again, for our professionals for 2026. And we will discuss that with our QPA.
Okay, and I think Councilwoman Rudin, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I would just like
Gotcha.
to know, when will the RFQ go out?
I can't give you that answer right now. We typically, I think we did last year, I think we advertised in October, I believe, late October. And it may have been at the end of October, maybe close to November. And the QBA has, she had them all done. We had everything returned to us, I think, last year by no later than December 3rd.
Okay.
It may be somewhere around that time. I believe that she gives those advertisements. I just don't have the timeline. I could find that answer out for you and advise you accordingly.
Okay, so that went out on October 2nd, 2024, and the responses had to be in by December 3rd. You're correct about that. So that's a very short window. Maybe that's the way you normally do it. But I think that you can see that this council is not pleased with their work. Their work is late. Their work is a lot of cut and paste. And I'd like to request that the RFQ go out sooner so that can be evaluated. And I'd also like to request that the board get a choice, not just one group that they can actually choose from. Not that it is handpicked by the administration.
So if we put out RFQs and only one person responds, we can't give them more choices. We can only provide what is forwarded to us. And if they, and I don't know who responded to that. I know, Councilwoman, you're asking me questions that I don't have the answer for you tonight. I'm gonna tell you right now, I doubt we're gonna be sending them out anytime earlier than October 2nd, you know, because the QPA has a lot of other work to do besides this. She has her schedules just like we have our schedules and everybody else. But I can assure you that they will be done in time prior to, because you got to remember, once we even have them, we do the evaluation and everything else, we don't put them on until January. So you have the opportunity. So from October 2nd, and since you had the date, I didn't have it, from October 2nd till whatever the date is, we provided you, there was over 3 months to get these responses and vetting. So we have more than ample time.
Mayor?
Thank you. So when the contract for the former planner was not renewed, that was in April. So the RFPs had to go out way before October because we didn't have a planner as of April. So that's when the request for proposals went out. I don't think it took till October to find a planner. So Nishawane was our planner during that time and carried over into January when the planning board this year approved them to stay on the planning board. So it wasn't, they were already working for the planning board.
I think Councilman Scarpa had a hand up, but before you speak, I just want to remind everybody, the purpose of this whole dialogue is to get to a vote on this resolution, either to vote on it or to modify it, or I guess we could table it and see what happens. I don't advise that, but
Okay,
I think
thank
we
you.
should, all of this is very good history and it's setting us up for the forward, but we've got to get to a vote. Councilman Scarpa.
Yeah, I mean, an RFQ for a planner is a boilerplate kind of a thing. We've already done it last year. I don't understand what all this stonewalling is to put out the RFQ for the planner.
I'm sorry, was that a question?
Yes, why can't we do this sooner
Well,
rather than later?
Council.
Given all of us in agreement about what's been going on here with the planners and the $300,000 we wasted last year. This is urgent. It's costing us money. Look at the prices they're charging us. This has to happen immediately.
If I could, the short answer to your question is, it's the administration's, it's the mayor's prerogative. So
But the
I'll let
cost-
Mr. Swallow
I was
elaborate, but that's.
I was just gonna say, I spoke at the last several meetings about how the mayor's committed. She's here to actually explain it to you.
Okay, great.
I would turn it over to the mayor.
But that's not where we are right now. I'm going to go back to what council president said. This is what you're voting on right now. The RFP, RFQ, whatever we send out, yes, I assure you something will go out. Right now, we have a planning board meeting on Wednesday. We need representation there. We have applications pending. We need representation there. That RFP is not going to happen by Wednesday. So this needs to be put to a vote right now. And the whole conversation about an RFP we can have, but
Okay.
you're up to a vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Nope,
apologize.
time to vote.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion. Before I do, I hope it's an ad for an advertisement to hire a full-time person as opposed to RFP, but I'm gonna make a motion. I am not comfortable with 75,000, that we amend this to 25,000. And then
I
we
would
could
second.
revisit when it gets closer to that
Yes,
number.
I would
So
second.
we could get a handle on the expenditures.
Mhm.
Okay, before we do this,
Oh, thanks.
the expenditures so far that we know of are 44,000. Okay, so you can't put it in for not to exceed $25,000.
Oh, it's not I thought that was above and beyond the 44. Is that above and beyond the 44?
According to what I got from Ms. Reynolds, $75,000 is for the total expenditure for the year.
Including what's already been expended.
Yes,
Oh,
virtually all of it escrow.
okay, so it's not
Okay.
stuff at 75.
So it's like, it is like
It's 30,
30,000. Yeah.
So you
you're increasing it by 31,000.
six, that's 69, so 75.
I'm thinking of 6,000.
So make it 65,000.
Yeah.
Make it 65.
I'll second that.
Okay, so in order to do that, I think we need to have a motion to modify the resolution.
I make a motion, modify the resolution to not to exceed clause of
And
$65,000.
I'll second that. I second.
Even after you have the numbers in front of you.
Yes.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
could come back to us if they need more money.
And hopefully we'll get that planner.
Not by Wednesday.
Well, you're gonna have enough money for Wednesday.
Council President.
I'm sorry,
We,
Councilman Reed, thank you.
we have an escrow ordinance which sets the fees for professionals. I believe it's 150 an hour for professionals, and they are charging they're charging 220, 250, and that's why we're running through the escrow so quickly, and that amount is adding up, because they are just charging whatever they determine, and it is not according to our escrow rate.
Excuse me, Councilwoman.
Yes,
Hold on, were you addressing that to someone or just a general comment?
I'm saying that the reason why this is running so high is because they are allowed to bill at non-approved escrow rates.
Okay.
Why?
Councilman.
I know this is happening in
Wait.
everybody. Every consultant is
But
doing
did
this.
we change the 150 to 195?
That is for attorneys,
Oh, the attorneys, okay.
for special planners, it's set in our escrow rate.
Okay, so let me see if I've got it. We've got a motion and a second to change the not to exceed amount from $75,000 to $65,000. Has that actually taken place, Madam Clerk?
I can pull
We
it up.
have, no, the vote has not taken place.
Right, but we now know what the
Yes,
target is.
absolutely.
Okay, so now we need, I believe, a motion to vote on the amended resolution for not to exceed $65,000.
And I had seconded.
Okay, so
Right.
you made the motion?
She did.
Okay, and.
I second.
Councilman Scarpa,
You did.
okay. Is there any further discussion?
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay. Ms. Shuane has money.
Wait a minute.
Well, not yet.
Now we have to,
We have to vote for it.
now we have to make a motion to vote for the actual resolution. That was just for the amendment.
Oh, it was.
Yeah.
And before we do council,
Well, you know, it's
Rudin had the question.
it's only September.
September.
I've
Right.
only been
Eleven
council
months.
president for 9 months. Councilwoman Rudin.
I would like our legal advisor to look into whether or not Nishawayne and others are in compliance with our escrow rates, which are not easy to find, but I can send them to you. Because if they're charging more than is permitted by our ordinance, that's why we're running through these fees so quickly.
And what is the legal implication?
We can look at that, but the case law says we can't set their rates. So I have to imagine that we'll confirm it and do some research for you, but I have to imagine that the council can't go around that by setting rates by ordinance that then impose on the independent board. But we'll take a look at it and let you know.
Why do we have
Why do we have this? Yeah. Why do we?
Those may be for experts that the council hires for the township. The board is a separate entity from the township, and we can't interfere with what they do with their money. We can tell them how much money we're going to give them, and they can choose how to spend it. And we can't influence that in any way.
Well, that's what-
They are charging what the agreement stipulates, not what our ordinance stipulates. We have ordinances that
To rate.
set the rates.
I understand that.
always
Do
done
you
that.
understand what I'm saying?
I do
We
understand.
can't tell them what rates to use. So I can't imagine that using an ordinance to set those rates versus passing in a resolution and saying, here's the rates you have to pay, makes much of a difference.
The ordinance isn't for the board.
So if I could. just
We'll look at it and I'm
just
happy
the
to
bottom
give you
line is,
advice.
again, it's not going to get us to a vote. So all of this stuff, can it just wait till tomorrow? Emails, phone calls?
Okay.
You know, a lunch meeting,
We can investigate it.
Yeah,
coffee?
research. We're going to research.
Can I just say something?
Council.
I'll send it to you, but the boards do not set their own rates. We do as a council. We set it by ordinance.
Well, you said it by reso. The ordinance
Yes.
changed it to reso.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right. And
Resos are what.
they
we-
were all in the resolution. And that is what is our guide.
Then maybe we should table it.
No, I'm
Taking
asking
things-
that going forward, that this be looked at, that they are not in compliance with our escrow rates. Neither are CME or Matrix, and that's what I've been saying since the beginning.
Yes, and Mr. Burke says he's going to look at it and get back to us just as soon as he can. So I think it's a great idea. Let's look at it. Let's see what comes back. Councilwoman Castellino.
I'm gonna make a motion to move this forward, approve it, but before I do, just to go by what Councilwoman just stated, we just did this this is why, Ms. McGovern's contract, so Mayor, so at the meetings that, we were trying to get them in compliance and they weren't getting approved, it's because the resolution was not matched up to her rate. And then we matched it up to the rate. So, and again, she's hired by the planning board. So to the argument of do we set the rate, we do need a clarification because this is like confusing. So if we can get that clarification, Mr. Burke, that'd be great. But for tonight, I know we got to prove it. So I'm gonna make a motion to approve 206.
The amended.
The amended, oh, yes.
Yes,
the
as amended.
As amended.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay. we're
Thank you.
Done with the resolutions.
Okay.
Wow. It's interesting.
Ordinances.
I think next is ordinances on second and final reading.
Yes, yes, 2935 25, an ordinance amending chapter 25, section 11.10 regarding outdoor cafes. Is there a motion to introduce on second and final reading?
I make a motion to introduce.
I'll second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa? Council President Kukoviac?
Yes, thank you.
Council President.
Yes.
So in your packet this evening, I see a letter from the planning board that made recommendations to this ordinance. And I don't see any of the recommendations incorporated in this. So I don't know if anyone had a chance to review
We
this.
did, and you said,
Yeah.
thank you for your recommendation, but we want to move forward.
I did not see a response to that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, now is the time for the public hearing on proposed ordinance 2935-25. Anyone who wants to speak on this and speak on this subject only, please raise your hand, be recognized by the chair. You can come up to the podium and speak for 5 minutes. Is there anyone wishing to speak on ordinance 2935 at the public hearing? Please raise your hand. Seeing none, I close the public hearing and go back to Madam Clerk.
Is there any discussion amongst the council?
Yeah. So.
Councilwoman Castellino.
So regards to those recommendations, I appreciate them from the planning board. Some of the comments, so just a history of this ordinance. It first came to be when COVID hit, we wanted to get our restaurants up and running quickly. And at the time, I worked with the chief and our zoning official to, implement these outdoor cafes, which I appreciate all the hard work. They went out there. So the references to the parking lots and the language in there does probably need to clean up because that was 2020 in the heat of COVID. But for now, I don't think it's going to affect any of the existing outdoor cafes. So I think it's okay to move forward tonight. But eventually it does need to get cleaned up because a lot of that language refers to when COVID, when we had them out there. So I don't think it's going to affect anybody in that way. This ordinance also was based on, I believe, what Hoboken and some other towns provide. So I'll be supportive of it. Thank you, Council President.
Okay. Do we have any further discussion? Do I hear a motion?
Is there a motion to approve 2935 25 on second and final reading?
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa? Council President Kukoviac?
Yes,
The motion carries.
thank you.
2936-25, an ordinance amending Chapter 15, Section 15-7 to update the township's rent control ordinance. Is there a motion to introduce on second and final reading?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac?
Yes.
Motion.
Now is the time for the public hearing on ordinance 2936-25. Anyone who wishes to speak, please raise your hand, be recognized by the chair. You can come up to the podium and speak for as long as 5 minutes, but I suggest you only use what you need. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak at the public hearing on ordinance 2936? Please raise your hand. Seeing none, I close the public hearing and defer to to Madam Clerk.
Is there any discussion amongst the council? No?
No.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve 2936-25 on
the
section
motion.
final?
I'll second.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Great. There are no ordinances on first reading. We have some pending matters. Pending matters, new matters, council discussion. First, we need to discuss and perhaps approve moving to first reading an ordinance amending and supplementing ordinance 25-19 IH-1 inclusionary housing district by eliminating the exemption of environmental regulations of the West Orange Land Use Regulations Ordinance. I think this is Councilwoman Rudin's.
Yes, this was brought to us by members of the public. And I think we've talked a lot about it today in the public comment and also in our response. It is insane, basically, to, I don't know how else to put it, to exempt the largest piece of undeveloped land from environmental protections for all of our neighbors and for all of our surrounding communities. There's no reason for this. The developer has violated the terms of the settlement agreement by moving the building without following the protocol that was set up in the settlement. They were in violation, not us. We need to protect our residents because of the danger this move caused to our residents and the surrounding communities. So the ordinance is I think, a 6-page ordinance. I believe at the time it was signed by you as council president.
Yes.
And there are 3 words that need to be removed from this ordinance. It's "and environmental regulations." We are not exempting them from the bulk or design. We are not allowing the exemption for environmental regulations. It puts our community at danger. So I think everybody has seen this, and I've sent it to everybody. I think you've heard quite a bit tonight and in previous council meetings about why we need to do this. So I'm hoping that we can see this on for first reading next time.
Council President, if I could, I know, I believe the council members all received the correspondence regarding this. We only received that at about 5 o'clock. I haven't had a chance to vet this. I know there's a lot of history, as the councilwoman said, in this that I'm not familiar with. I would recommend getting counsel and looking into the merits of this letter before we move forward with this for anything else. But yeah, that would be our recommendation.
So just to clarify, your recommendation is, even though it's on the new business agenda tonight, and all we would be doing is voting to put it on the agenda for first reading at a future council meeting, is it your recommendation tonight that we not vote to put this on first reading?
Out of an abundance of caution, unless I'm not aware of some urgency to this, I don't think there's a reason not to wait and then put this up at the end of the month at the next council meeting, when we can be sure that whether there's any merit to this letter or not.
Okay. Does anybody have any thoughts? Councilwoman Scarpa?
I just want to point out that I believe the person that gave public comment tonight was a lawyer, and he had a different opinion than the lawyers for the project. So I think it's prudent to get, of course, to get legal guidance, but I think we can put it on. 2 weeks is enough time to get legal guidance. I would like to see it put on.
I'd like to agree with the council member. This is extraordinarily urgent. This is a matter that has been before the board, the planning board for quite a few, I don't know, 14, 15 meetings. It could be approved, and if it's approved as is, it could put our residents in danger. So the urgency is there. And I agree that we will put this forward, and we should put this forward for first reading, and we can always pull it if we need to.
Council President?
Yes,
Can
please.
I ask what ordinance we're discussing? Because I have no idea.
Oh, dear.
I can give you this. It's an ordinance amending and supplementing chapter 25 land use regulations of the revised general ordinances of the township. And it is 25-19-1H-1.
Right, but you said there was a specific ordinance that was approved.
This is the ordinance that was approved in, it was introduced on August 11th, 2020. It was adopted on October 20th, 2020.
Thank you. That'll help. Okay, thank you.
So there's some, before we vote, there's some potentially higher stakes than the average ordinance that we have here. This ordinance was created through a settlement agreement of litigation related to affordable housing with the West Essex Highlands developer. And it is, the language in there is that, I'm paraphrasing now, please don't quote me, that the township is required not to do anything that would challenge the movement of any application that would be made for this. And the letter that Mr. Burke referenced is a letter cautioning us, I guess that's a good word, cautioning us against considering this, or at least making an actual step, taking a step. So the stakes here are high, and I really do want to get 100% legal guidance on whether we can even do this, as much as perhaps we would like to do this, about getting legal guidance on whether we do want to do this. And it really doesn't have anything to do with my opinion of the application or the development, but I just wanted to say that before we voted. Now everybody's putting their hand up. I think Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yeah, as we all know, lawyers have all different opinions. We've heard 2 different opinions here tonight. I would like us to make sure that we get a completely unbiased legal opinion on this, of a really serious land use.
Okay. Mr. Smartle?
I was just gonna say, for the record, as far as the administration is concerned, because this is a settlement agreement, and because there should be an abundance of caution, and while I understand that there are some people who feel that this is an environmental urgency, things aren't burning, things aren't coming down, and I think it would be prudent, it would be my advice to the council, so we don't incur more legal expenses, that we do, it would be prudent to do the investigation with what should and shouldn't be done, and not saying that you can't approve it. I'm just being cautious because of the fact that this was a court settlement and sanctioned settlement. And so, and that's all I would say, because we're all concerned about legal fees. We're all concerned about all the other ramifications. I just want to make sure that it's our opinion that there should be an abundance of caution taken by proceeding forward.
No. Councilwoman Rudin.
This settlement was made without, as we heard tonight, and as we've heard almost every single meeting, was made without the court being privy to so many documents, including the fact that the planning board rejected this application primarily because of your testimony. That was a main issue. The
Wait.
planning,
You can't say things.
Wait. Okay, again, I just want to focus on whether we're going to vote on this or not tonight.
okay,
All this argument, it's great, it's very entertaining, but it's not going to get us to where we need to go. The big point is going to be on first reading.
so let me.
Please, let's not argue about it. I appreciate the caution, but let's not argue about it.
Okay.
Let's just.
So I'd like to request that this be put on for first reading at our next council meeting.
And I'd like to second it. And I,
So that's your motion, right?
That's my motion.
And I second it.
And if there are legal issues that we need to address, we will address it at that time. I don't want to delay this.
You done?
Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman,
All right.
and then I'll get you.
So I am not going to support this evening, not because I don't think we should in the future, but reading through this letter that we received today, and your name's not on the document that was signed, mine is. So I like to get some legal counsel on my own, number one. Number two, yeah, this is frustrating and I know it's urgent. And so we also have to plan a budget meeting before the next budget meeting, I assume, because you canceled Friday.
Mhm.
So we could always vote at that meeting to put it on the next meeting and resolve this quicker. But at the end of the day, I'm not making a decision tonight. I'm just not. So I'll abstain or whatever, but.
I think Councilwoman Scarpa
yeah,
had.
I'd like to know how long it would take to get a legal opinion on this from an unbiased lawyer. Would it take 2 weeks? I mean, we could just pull it if we get contrary opinion.
So you're asking me
Yeah,
how long
you're-
it's gonna take, you're asking
Yeah.
how long it's gonna take a
We don't
lawyer to
know.
make a determination?
Well, do we have a lawyer here? How long would it take?
I have no idea. I
To
don't,
exceed amount.
I don't know anything about the background of this case or any of how much papers are involved, what the settlement agreement looks like. I've never worked with any of these documents before, so I really couldn't tell you how long it would take to review.
I'm gonna talk to my own person.
Councilwoman, you're finished, right? Councilwoman Scarpa, you're finished.
Yeah, I'm finished.
Councilwoman Reed.
Councilwoman, I just want to urge you to rethink that
Yeah, I'm
that
not-
position.
I'm not
But
tonight.
Just one at a time.
I'd like to, you're going to be speaking with your own attorney.
Yeah.
And you will probably have an opinion before the next council meeting on this. And what I'm requesting is that this go up for first reading, that we act now and not delay and not listen to legal threats, which there will be. This is a firm that threatens
I know.
everybody who speaks. Okay? And they're going to threaten the council. And they probably will act upon that. And that is not a reason not to bring it forward and take a stand, because this is our largest parcel of land, and we need to act proactively to protect our residents and not be scared about potential legal threats
Okay.
that don't have a basis because they violated the agreement.
Yes.
I appreciate that, but I'm not making a decision tonight. So that's that. We could debate this all we want, but there's no way I'm making a decision tonight after reading this letter. So
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor
And a second.
and a second.
Okay,
Is
Councilwoman.
there any further discussion? I don't think so.
I think so. I have one more thing to say.
Oh, you do?
Yes, I'm not asking you to make a decision tonight. I'm asking you to give permission to put this on for first
No.
reading, and you can say no at first reading.
no.
Okay.
Okay. We're going to a vote now. Madam Clerk.
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino,
Unfortunately, no.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries.
Wow.
Okay.
Next issue. Do you read this or do I read this, Madam Clerk? I can't remember.
Whatever you wish.
Okay. This is a proposed ordinance amending section 3-17.1 to no longer require the council's motion and approval before submitting proposed resolutions or ordinances for preparation by the town attorney or his/her designee for a council meeting agenda. I'm not sure whether it's me or I guess I introduced this, and I've had a discussion with Mr. Burke. Mr. Burke, do you want to discuss this at this time? Or is this something that we should do in executive session?
I guess it depends on what exactly you want to discuss.
Okay, so the purpose of this is to speed up the process of moving on with resolutions and ordinances that are proposed by a council member. And having to do this like we're doing right now slows down the process. And I was suggesting that perhaps we find another way to do this that doesn't require basically a cycle of lost time as we go through the pending matters, new matters before we can get it either on the agenda as a resolution or on first reading as an ordinance. So in the discussion that we had, I think there might have been some discussion about getting a written response from you and or Mr. Rivera about what the settled law is in this area. But I haven't gotten anything, and I didn't know whether it was too soon to be talking about this with you. If you want to address that issue, great. If not, we'll do the same. We'll attempt to do the same thing that we did with the previous ordinance.
I guess our recommendation is that you would still need a basically at some point to discuss things this way. If you'd like to propose the ordinance, we can certainly get guidance and review it that way. But I certainly understand the desire to move things along and avoid some gridlock or perceived gridlock, but it's really difficult to say that the council could really propose ordinances without discussing it first during a meeting.
The concept being, the foundational concept being that the council has to act as a body as opposed to an individual. So
Yeah.
that's why this step needs to be taken.
Yeah, and it may seem a little more drawn out in West Orange because there's no committees or anything, but in another township, it might seem a little bit faster, but really there's discussions happening in a committee first, and then that ordinance that's proposed is being sent for first reading. So there is still a first and second meeting to discuss that ordinance before it goes up for first reading, even though it may seem like it moves a lot faster than it does here.
Okay. Well, if I heard correctly, you're suggesting that we could approve it tonight to move it to first reading, and that will give you time to give it further review and perhaps provide a more substantive answer.
Sure.
On this. Does that sound like a plan? Does anybody, Councilwoman?
So here's my frustration on new ordinances by the council. And it's not directed to any of my colleagues, because this is prior council as well, especially when we were doing the marijuana ordinance. That just had me crazier than anything. So when we bring an ordinance to the table, a lot of times it just goes through this shuffle with legal. And again, I'm not putting finger pointing on anybody, but it just goes through different council people. I think when we have an ordinance we want to do, I think we should give the bulk of it, and it should go through the departments to see the departments that affects, to get a pair of eyes on it, to make recommendation. Then it goes back to the sponsoring individual, and then we could put it in, whether those recommendations go in or not. Because a lot of times we're going back, not with all the ordinances, but sometimes when it affects the department directly, I just feel like we're just wasting time and money on some of them. And everybody means well, but again, if the administration or the departments can't handle a function of that particular ordinance, those recommendations needs to be given back to the person sponsoring the ordinance so they could account for some of that and either keep what they want to keep or not. But I just feel that we've been having too many revisions on some of them, not all of them, the simpler ones, not so bad. But for the more complicated ones that involves the department heads, I think there has to be that kind of either buy-in or, dialogue with them. So we don't have it bouncing back and forth to legal. Cause I don't know, sometimes it's just not coming back with what we're looking to do. So I don't know if that makes sense or not sense, but I don't know how you simplify that other than getting all the parties involved in the ordinance ahead of time before it goes to legal. Because we're just not getting it out of legal the way we need it to read sometimes.
So, Council President, just to piggyback on what Councilwoman Castellino is saying, we still do have a law department. I understand you have special counsel, and that you're requiring or requesting assistance from them. But we have a director of law for now, and I'm going to get into the dynamics. But we also have, and we have a law department. So, and I've seen in some past ordinances that were either sent in or considered that the law department has opined that they didn't know anything about it, and if they're going to represent us in the future, they should be included. So I'm just stating for the record that I think it's very important that 1, 2, or 3, if you approve all these tonight, that these documents are sent to the law department so that they understand what's there, because they ultimately also have to approve the bills that are submitted by the special counsel. So that's part of the transparency and part of the communication. So, like it or not, this is what I'm recommending. This is me doing my job from the administration to advise you accordingly. That's all. Thank you.
Sounds good. Any further discussion? Oh,
This change in the process of creating ordinances was done just last November 2024. And for some reason, the council agreed to it. But it was never done this way before, and it was not mandated before that everything had to come up to new matters for discussion. We are the legislative body. We propose legislation, and that is our function. And having this basically a roadblock put in the way last November just slows us down. So I would like to move ahead with the suggestion that Council President made to have this go forward. This was put on only less than a year ago, and we should take it off. It's not a long-standing practice in West Orange.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yeah, I'd like to agree. Until we have independent legal counsel, it will be very difficult to put any legislation through. When I came here the first year, there was an attitude of we need cannabis on every corner. And the residents who were calling me and talking to me were appalled and wanted something different. So I had to craft that as a new council person, and with getting my own legal counsel from anybody that I could beg, borrow, or work with. So I agree. We need to move forward and not have all these stumbling blocks.
Council President?
Yes.
Can I say something? So according to the ordinance that's currently in our code, 3-17.1, it says ordinances and resolutions shall be prepared for consideration of the Township Council by the Township Attorney or the legal assistant upon motion of council or the request of the mayor. Prior to introduction, each proposed ordinance requiring or permitting administrative action shall be submitted to the business administrator and the department head concerned. Ordinances which revise or amend provisions of the West Orange Municipal Code shall be drafted in a manner showing the revisions or amendments being made to the code. That honestly hasn't been followed. I've gotten a lot of ordinances from council members, residents, whatever, so I just wanted to point that out, that that's what it currently says on the code. And as a department head myself, I think it's very important that the department heads and or directors are involved because it involves our staff. And, that's only fair. Otherwise, it's going to affect the staff.
Okay. Councilman Reed.
What you just read was changed in November of 2024. That's the new policy. That is not the policy that was on the books prior to that.
I just want to say, I agree that we need to really understand how anything we do impacts our staff. But isn't that something that legal maybe should do as they craft it?
How would they know how it
Send it
impacts
to
the
the different-
staff? Oh, I mean,
Wait, one at a
I'm
time.
sorry,
One at a
yes,
time.
I'm
Or
sorry.
I guess the
interrupted.
business administrator might know that. That might be a job for the business administrator. I'm trying to think of who in the chain is the right person to do that. And as I think it through, maybe it's business.
Council President.
Yes, please.
Like I said, as a department head, I mean, I only have one other staff member. But if the legal department doesn't speak to me to see how it would affect my department, how is that fair? I mean, it does affect, every
It
department.
should be routed around to different departments.
Absolutely.
To understand. And
yeah.
I think maybe that should be something the mayor might want to weigh in, but that might be something that the business administrator would do because he interacts with all the different departments. I'm just thinking organizationally, what
whichever-
the best way is
however-
to do that.
However it works,
Mhm.
but I think that the department heads and or directors should absolutely have a say
Mhm.
in the legislation.
No, I agree.
That's going to be approved.
In an ideal situation, you're absolutely correct. That is the way it should be done. But what we're facing here as a council is we're trying to put up ordinances and then legal just doesn't even put them up. I tried, we all were working on a noise ordinance. It
There's
sort
a
of
lot of smoke.
disappeared.
Okay. But
Hold
no.
hold on.
It's
Are you, I'm sorry, are you finished? Councilman Rudin?
Yeah, so no, I'm not completely finished. I
Okay.
just want you to understand the frustration of being the legislative body that can't legislate.
Right. I do understand that. However, as far as the noise ordinance is concerned, I believe that they were waiting for you to send them something. That's the last email I saw. So, I mean, I can look back in my emails and whatever, but I believe that's what happened.
That wasn't communicated to me.
I'll have to look back.
Obviously, ordinances need to be reviewed by departments, but we can't even move ahead with getting basic things. It took us, I think, 6 months to just get the cafe ordinance done.
Mhm.
And this is a problem.
Yes, it is.
Yes, Councilwoman.
I just want to jump in about the noise ordinance. So to that point, it hit a stumbling block because we wanted to go in the direction of decibels. And, I think we were conversing with the chief and that was we just couldn't implement at the time. So it kind of like ran into a stumbling block. But, that was starting to vet through, various departments. I think with this you're right. Last November, we did change this because if you had support of your colleagues to get it on the agenda and you had it into the clerk before the Wednesday or
Right.
Tuesday, Wednesday, you were able to get it on. The problem that was happening and the reason for the change, if I remember correctly, is because these ordinances were going on and not getting vetted properly. Councilwoman, like you had one or two of them yourself that you had on there and it just didn't get vetted. So it has to, like, if one of us is putting on an ordinance, it's got to get vetted through the various departments and support of your colleagues before it goes up there. That's why we just had this conversation now. Before next meeting, I come and boom, there's that ordinance. I'm not ready to talk about it. Because, and that was happening. There were ordinances that were getting put on the agenda and then you're not ready to talk about it. Then they get tabled and it just drags out. So this is a longer process to get it on, but I think we're passing them faster than we were. Except for the cafe ordinance, because I gotta tell you, that one had to go to planning board and that got bounced around a few times, which was frustrating. But, I think, just has to be vetted by various departments, so. What is your recommendation, Council
Well, again,
President, to get rid of
saying,
that?
let's send it to, for review by, Mr. Burke and Mr. Rivera, and then we'll see where we go from there. But we should vote to move it forward, because the vote tonight in new business basically has, as far as I'm concerned, has no legal standing except that it gets it put on a regular
Exactly.
agenda for us to consider it.
Just
So,
moves it forward.
yeah, so I would like to move to a vote sometime soon. Councilwoman.
I agree with everything that you just said, and that's exactly what I was trying to do with the previous one.
Mhm.
Get it on the agenda for first reading, just as this one is going on the agenda for first reading after legal looks at it. It's the exact same thing I was doing.
It's okay. We don't have to argue about this. It's just.
No, I don't want to argue, but I just want to make a point. In most circumstances, it's not a big deal, but every once in a while, some controversial ordinances have been coming up and then boom, there's an hour's worth of public comment that may not need to happen and we have other business to do. And that's where we're getting backlog in getting our business done. So again, I know on some levels this is frustrating, but the ordinance needs to be, as long as everybody could agree to give each other a heads up and work with each other before you throw something on the agenda. I think that's helpful because sometimes things are put on there and they're just not ready. And then we have an hour's worth of public comment that we don't need, and we're not getting other work done. So I think sometimes we got to be a little more patient. That's all, but
You realize you're both right, right?
Yeah, we're all,
Yeah.
You do realize you're both right.
let's
Yeah.
just move it forward. Okay, make your motion.
Okay,
Or maybe
can
the
we move this to a vote, please?
Yes.
Do I hear a motion? I'll move.
Yeah, you make the motion.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino?
I'm going to support it, but I'm going to plead that we make sure you don't put something on there unless you got a majority of the support from your
We will work
colleagues.
together like we always do.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac?
Yes, we have one more thing to discuss. We mentioned it at the budget workshop, the last one. Well, actually we mentioned it after it because we thought we had a date for the next and final budget workshop. We thought it was going to be this Friday. One of us can't make it, so it's not on the agenda, so we're going to have to take a vote to add it to our new business agenda, but we need to get a date for the next and final.
This is the debt
Budget.
consolidation, right? The debt consolidation report?
It could be, yes. It depends. See, we can do the,
budget.
we can move to adoption
Yeah.
of the budget without a debt management plan.
Right.
I don't like it, but if we run out of time, we run out of time. But we have to sign off on all the pages in the budget before, so that we can have an updated version of the budget that people can look at and comment on at the public hearing at the September 30th meeting.
Yeah.
So that's why we're moving forward on this. So first of all, we've got to add it to the agenda, the new business agenda. It's going to take all 4 votes. I move to,
Is that, I don't think you have to do that actually, because you're allowed to talk about pending matters and have a council discussion, but you're also new matters.
Oh.
So I don't
okay.
believe,
Okay, good.
am I right about that? I don't remember.
Yeah, I think you're correct.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
How about
So
Thursday?
you give him more time. Who would like to suggest a time?
Thursday, anytime after 4.
Was everybody thinking?
I can't do Thursday, but I can see if Dean is available.
Okay.
She's-
Council President, Mr. Detiniak is away, so.
Oh.
Yeah,
This week-
that's
I
right.
think this week is shot.
The whole week is shot.
Yeah.
He's at the.
Okay, because he was gonna be here on Friday.
He was gonna be here on
Yeah, I
Friday.
think, he could be here Friday, but
Can we
he
do
is at the conference.
Can we do Friday at 3:15?
Yes. we
Or
have to do
3? I'll
Friday.
even leave at 3 early. Friday at 3.
Friday at 3?
Yes.
I can only ask him, we could tentatively do that.
Okay, well, let's
Yes.
set up one
Friday
time
at
and we'll
3.
set up a backup.
I may have
That's
to
all.
be on Zoom, let you know.
Okay,
That's okay.
so we'll set a time. The primary time is this Thursday, 3 p.m.
No, Friday.
Friday.
This Friday when
Oh, this-
Mr. Detiniak is back.
Sorry, I gotta close this meeting.
Did you say 3?
Okay,
Yeah.
3 o'clock this Friday for our final budget workshop. And we will check on that with Mr. Tinek.
I will send him the text.
Can we do a second date just in case?
Absolutely, we're going to, yes. What would be the second date? It would have to be sometime next week.
Let's see. What?
We could do the 25th.
No, the next week is the week of the 15th.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Next week.
I'm in the wrong week.
I can't do the 16th.
Oh. Monday, the 15th?
Yeah, that's probably the best day for me, because I have a wedding, then 18, 19, I'm out of pocket.
I don't know if I'm available.
Okay.
My daughter is getting married on the 20th and
Congratulations.
thank
Let's
you.
just all make
Oh, wow.
Friday. Let's just all make Friday.
Congratulations.
So thank you. Yeah, so and Dina started her class today, so I think it's on Mondays. So she wouldn't even be able to cover.
Tuesday?
Well, if
I can't
Monday's not
do-
gonna be good.
The rest of the week is
I
out.
can't do, I can't do Tuesday.
You can't do Tuesday. How about the 17th?
I could do,
That's a
There's a-
Wednesday. Is
there's
there
a planning board.
Wednesday, the
meeting.
17th.
Planning board meeting?
Okay, how about Thursday, the 18th?
Mm-hmm. That's
There's
good for me.
Zoning board.
We don't have
You
to
got
do
planning board on the 17th and zoning on the 18th? Okay,
Well-
Zoning meets, virtual, right? They don't meet in person.
Right.
yeah, but I can't make the 18th. I got rehearsal dinner.
We better get Friday done. I think we're looking at Friday.
well, that depends on Mr. Tiniak.
And what Monday you can do?
On the
at all?
18th, we have council connection.
That's all right. We can miss that. We can just cancel that if we had to.
So what day were you
I think
saying,
the budget
Councilman
has to
Rudin?
Take priority.
Can we do it, since you're available at 3?
Only on Fridays.
Oh, on
There is-
4?
4. We do 4.
4 on, the 18th we
Mhm.
could do,
You're
or,
not available, right?
Yeah. I'm
oh,
not.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And the 19th, are you available?
No, I have a wedding. I have a rehearsal dinner the 18th and a wedding the 19th.
You've got some sort of social calendar.
Okay, well, we're gonna have to,
It's my brother-in-law. So
Maybe
I
we
gotta
could-
I gotta be there.
Call Mr. Detiniak on his cell phone, see what his schedule is.
and the 15th?
Tomorrow morning.
20 to 12?
Not to-
I might get
You know
it.
what?
He's
let me
fine.
look at my
I'll-
calendar right
yeah.
now. It's the 15th. I mean, we really can't do it past
No,
the 19th.
because we need 10 days, right? Do we need 10 days or something?
Also, it's a Rosh Hashanah.
Oh.
Next week. 3 days.
I mean, everybody could make the 12th. We just don't know about Mr. Titiniak.
I'm not available on the 12th. I wasn't available on the
That's right.
last time you scheduled it. I'm not, still not
That's right.
available on the 12th.
Mauricio,
that's
say he
right.
could
How
do
many
it.
departments? do we
I can't speak for Mauricio.
No, he was here. He said he could do it on the 12th.
He could do it at 12. I don't know if he can do it
Oh,
at 3.
okay. Okay, so that's our backup.
That would be
We
our
have to check
backup.
with Mauricio.
Oh,
On-
to see if he's available.
Because Joe isn't available for Zoom on Friday.
No, that would, oh,
How about Megan?
Are you available on the 15th?
Can Megan consider?
Yes, I can do the 15th.
Okay.
15th at
Well,
what
we-
time? 6?
These are backup.
4?
I think we should make it the 15th.
At
I'm
4.
doubtful that Mr.
Well,
Tiniak's
I-
gonna do Friday.
Well,
Yep,
you
I got the
can
kids on
involve-
Monday, yeah.
Not at 4?
Too early for me.
5?
5.
Okay.
Do we anticipate more than a couple of hours?
No.
Yeah,
Right.
because we should be down to the wire on this. We should really have it
Right,
done.
It's just our backup.
Yeah, I mean,
Well-
might be able to do this in an hour.
We might be done
Mhm.
on Friday.
How many?
I'm
do we
gonna
want to do?
record you. I'm gonna record you, Councilwoman.
We think 5 o'clock is
We still have one more matter on the agenda.
No, we don't.
We say, don't we say?
No,
5
no.
or 6?
No.
I could do
What's
it
in
done
yellow?
after 4. She's good.
Wait,
We just voted on that.
Michelle, did you say 5 or 6?
The later, the better for me.
6?
5:30?
Yeah.
Good for you. 5:30, yeah. Dinner. Why, you wanna eat before these things? Uh-huh.
Okay, so the first date is September 12th. At what time?
Yes,
And
that sounds good.
I'm sorry, 3, oh, wow. Did you say 3?
What's the time on
Do
September
3 on
12th?
Friday.
The 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
Friday I can get it.
I don't think that one's gonna work out, but that's
Okay,
just
and
my own.
what's the time on the 15th?
5:30.
Okay, and you say there's something else?
I did. There is. There's the proposed ordinance amending West Orange Code, Chapter 27, tree.
Oh, you're right.
protection.
Sorry.
Oh.
Yes. I apologize.
You got an amendment to the tree.
You're gonna read it. You're gonna read the whole thing?
Sorry, what?
Are you gonna read the whole thing?
On that?
Guys, can we just vote on it and please?
I make a comment first before you vote?
Sure.
Please. So we just heard from public comment. You just passed this ordinance on first reading about what I reiterate, what I will reiterate will be a breach of our settlement agreement, and you agreed on environmental constraints there. And now you're talking about removing trees, invasives, removing trees because of invasive species. Two things. One, there is a grant that we have submitted, particularly for lanternflies, and it is for public and private properties. So it can be treated. If there are any of these trees on a steep slope, which is what all that public comment and what all of this ordinance is proposing, then how are you going to pass an ordinance right now about removing trees if they're on a steep slope?
We're not passing an ordinance.
Okay.
None of these votes that we've
Proposed.
taken on new business has not created an ordinance, but not even
Just to be
had it on
discussed,
first
right.
reading. It's simply to move it to an agenda. And we can use the time to try to figure this,
Yeah.
these other issues out by the time it gets to first reading. But I understand your concern, but we're still gonna go forward on this, to at least to a vote.
I'm
So,
going to say goodnight.
Councilwoman.
Again, I'm gonna ask my colleagues, do not put anything on there because that's gonna create public comment for an hour.
Yeah.
That's not fully vetted. Because again, it's just gonna mess us up with
Yep.
with getting our business done. So if there is something that you want to put on there, just make sure it's all vetted before it goes. Otherwise, and talk to each other about it. Because, what happens is we get public comment for an hour unnecessarily, and then we don't pass it, we table it, and so let's everyone do their homework.
Agreed. Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion, so moved.
I'll say.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Motion to adjourn.
Amen.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The meeting is adjourned.